Welcome everyone to Italy. Phantom and Vortex are facing off today, and our top seed looks strong going into this match. Phantom enters this one with a perfect record in his last 10 outings. That's exactly why we're seeing so much anticipation for him today. If he can reverse this early deficit, we might see a very fast turnaround here. Vortex has a slim lead as we move forward. He's looking back at a dominant 13-7 result in their last meeting. Things are shifting quickly. Vortex started strong, but the momentum has completely flipped in Phantom's favor. He's simply untouchable right now, taking full control of the server. Everything is lining up for the #1 seed right now. Another instant kill for the leader, who is simply outclassing his opponent right now. Another effortless clear for the man, on fire. Keeping this huge momentum rolling. The gap in ratings is starting to show here. A complete shutdown as he expands his lead to 6-2. Exactly what we wanted to see from the current top-ranked player. Vortex answers back with a crisp headshot to stop that run. Vortex is definitely showing why he's top 5 in our ratings. Phantom holds a massive advantage in their career rivalry, having won over 60% of their matches. It's clear he's comfortable in this specific matchup. I think Vortex is really starting to feel the weight of that history. Phantom takes a comfortable 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, the betting outlook had Vortex as the heavy favorite, but we're seeing the opposite on the board. He's really capitalizing on his 66% win rate here on Italy. Time to see if Vortex can bounce back. What a scramble. He barely keeps his head above water to secure that point. That was an incredibly tight exchange. Phantom continues to pull away, now sitting at 9-5. He's fighting hard to keep pace with the #1 seed. We'll take a very quick time out here, but stay tuned as we return to the action on Italy. And we are back in action on Italy with Phantom leading things 9-5. Vortex clawed back a point, trailing 9-6 now. Vortex is fighting back hard despite that raw rating disadvantage. Vortex tried to build some heat, but the top seed just isn't letting him get comfortable. Everything points to the top seed finishing this quickly. Phantom extends his grip, now leading 10-7. Just a glimpse of that top 4 skill coming through. Unreal. Both players were shredded in that scrap, but he manages to scrap through with a sliver of health. Vortex is showing some serious resilience in these moments. Phantom is really putting the pressure on now. Just a few more steps away from closing this out. The top seed is proving far too consistent to shake. Vortex is staying composed, picking off another fast round to keep his hopes alive. A lightning fast response to put the pressure back on Vortex. Expected result for the heavier favorite as we've seen today. And there it is. He seals the deal with a perfect final shot to close out the series. He's just simply playing at another level right now, and he's easily staying in that top spot. Catalyst really owns the head-to-head history here, winning over 60% of their previous encounters. And it's interesting to see those trends translating into a strong start. Today, Vortex has been the one surprising people lately, but he looks a bit shaken by that opening loss. Unbelievable. He barely walks away from that scrap with the sliver of health left. A fascinating clash between the top 4 on the ladder. Vortex claws back and we're deadlocked at 2 apiece. Catalyst holds a slim edge with 3 rounds banked. Tough start for the one who entered as the slight favorite. This is becoming a real battle of attrition, with neither side able to pull away for long. He's proving why the ladder has them so close in rating. Vortex is really starting to build some heat, putting a lot of pressure on the favorite right now. Those two are practically mirrored on the ladder right now. Absolute chaos in that exchange, but he barely survives the fire to take his 3rd straight. His current form is a massive swing from that early struggle. Catalyst shuts the door on that run, picking him off the ramp. Just another chapter in their long history together. Vortex has an all-time win rate of 50% across a massive number of games, and it looks like he's managing to find a way to outplay his opponent in this specific session. I wonder if he can keep this momentum going to fully distance himself. We head into the break with Vortex leading 7-5. I mean, the underdog is really putting the pressure on right now. He's defying the map stats to put himself in a great spot for a surprise victory. Time to see if Catalyst wakes up. Vortex is comfortably cruising with an 8-5 lead. The gap between them is almost non-existent on the ladder. Vortex is simply dominating, pushing the lead to 9-5. He's managing to shake off that rough outing against Phantom. That was an incredibly snappy exchange to start things off. Catalyst looks much more focused now. Vortex holds a commanding 4-round lead here. The pressure is mounting for the number 3 seed. Vortex is just too quick right now, cleaning up from the ramp to keep this momentum rolling. The favorite is really struggling to find a response right now. Catalyst is fighting back, but he's still got a mountain to climb to close this gap. We're seeing a mirror image of their last encounter on the map. That was effortless. Vortex is now just a single round away from the win. He's certainly capitalizing on his momentum after that tough match against Zero. He manages to scrap together a round, keeping his hopes alive for just a bit longer. Total shutdown of the exchange as he keeps this comeback effort alive. This is getting a lot closer than we expected given the rankings. What a finisher. Vortex closes out the series by picking him off the Tetris. Despite a late surge from his opponent, he just refused to let it slip away today. A great showing from the number 4 seed. Phantom enters this match with a long 11-game win streak, and he definitely holds the historical advantage over his opponent today. It will be interesting to see if he can recover his footing after dropping the opening round. He's just on another level right now, taking full control of the early game. Absolute perfection. He has completely shut down the opening of this set. Phantom puts a stop to the run by picking him off the ramp. Coming off a victory against Vortex just before this. Both of them were fighting for the same ground there, but Catalyst just came out on top. Despite being the top seed, he's really struggling to find the lead here. Phantom really punished the positioning there, taking him straight off the container. He is clawing his way back into this game, securing another round to tighten the grip. He's showing exactly why he entered this set as the heavy favorite. The momentum has shifted completely as he continues to tear through this set. The gap in their overall rankings is really showing right now. A swift response from Catalyst, quickly shutting down that momentum swing. He's proving a lot more resilient than their previous meeting today. He's refusing to go away, securing a huge clean round to keep this comeback alive. A quick response to bring the score right back to a one-round gap. Catalyst takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, the favorite is currently in control, just as we expected. It will be up to Phantom to use his map experience to close this gap. Let's see if a reset helps. Catalyst is putting on a real clinic here and has now secured 8 rounds. It's a surprising turn of events given how historically dominant Phantom has been in their previous meetings. The pressure is really starting to mount on the top seed. He's digging deep and continuing this rally to close the gap further. The underdog is truly standing his ground today. He's refusing to back down, putting together another high-speed round to keep the pressure on. This is the kind of resilience we've seen from him all season. Catalyst is holding firm with a commanding 9-7 lead. It's an impressive showing from the 4th ranked player today. Catalyst is now sitting pretty with a 3-round cushion. Things look very different than their previous match today. Phantom secures a clean finish from the ramp to keep this climb alive. Still trying to reconcile this with their head-to-head history. Catalyst is just completely in control of the server right now. That was a seriously fast exchange to keep the lead firm. Catalyst handles the pressure perfectly from the ramp to put himself in a position to close this out. The script has completely flipped from the pre-match expectations. He manages to snag a critical point, delaying the inevitable for just a bit longer. It's a tough spot for the #1 seed to be in. What an incredible series. Catalyst shuts the door right there to seal the victory. That's an unbelievable result to wrap things up for the world. #1 to just get outclassed like that on Mapas is stunning. Phantom brings a strong historical edge with a 61% win rate against his opponent. So we expect him to recover quickly after a shaky start. He's usually the one controlling these matchups, and it'll be interesting to see if he can regain that dominance here. Phantom keeps his lead, sitting comfortably at 2-1. The top seed is certainly making his presence felt early. Vortex answers back right away, keeping the series dead even early on. The top seed is under some real pressure right now. Phantom just edges ahead, taking a narrow 3-2 lead. Just another quick victory for the top seed on the ladder. Phantom is really starting to pull away at 4-2. His current dominance matches what we saw in their previous meeting. Vortex is fighting back, refusing to let Phantom build up any real momentum here. Vortex has clawed back to put things at a dead heat. The #1 seed is suddenly looking very vulnerable. Phantom barely keeps the advantage at 5-4. He's playing like the top-rated guy in the world right now. Absolute chaos there. He barely hangs on to win a slugfest that had both players on the verge of death. Huge momentum shift here as he secures his 3rd straight win just before the break. The world #1 is putting on a clinic right now. Phantom holds a 7-5 lead as we head into the break. I mean, the results are surprising given the pre-match predictions. He's definitely taking advantage of his high win rate on this specific map. Time for the side switch. The current score reflects the gap in the ladder perfectly, as Phantom has consistently outperformed his opponent lately. He really looks like he has the upper hand in this specific rivalry, and honestly, it feels like he is just continuing that trend of superiority. He is completely shutting out the competition right now, claiming another clean victory to extend the lead. He is simply on a different level right now, putting up another effortless point. It's a tough stretch for the #4 rated player. Vortex manages to get a round back with a very precise shot. He's fighting to avoid the repeat of their last meeting. Vortex is definitely finding some traction here, putting a couple of quick rounds together to shrink that gap. He just needs one more to wrap this whole thing up. A quick stop to that little rally. A fast reaction from Vortex to put a momentary halt to that momentum. Incredible, both of them are practically dead, but Vortex somehow clings to life with a sliver of health. What a finish! Phantom closes it out right here to secure the victory. Vortex put up a valiant fight, but he just couldn't stop that momentum once the world #1 got rolling. Catalyst has traditionally been the dominant force in this pairing, boasting a 62% win rate over a massive sample. But Vortex clearly has the upper hand today. He's coming off a fresh victory against the top seed, which should give him a huge psychological advantage. Catalyst is pulling ahead with a slim 2-1 lead. A really tight gap between these two on the ladder. He handles the pressure perfectly from the ramp, securing his third straight victory. He's firmly establishing the gap in their rankings. Vortex answers back immediately, picking him right off the ramp. He's looking very comfortable against his long-time rival tonight. Vortex is really starting to build some heat, taking control of the match from the wine box. Neither man has really looked untouchable during their last few series. A really sharp read there from Catalyst, shutting down the play from the box to keep the lead. Slightly favored going into this, but things are looking a bit different now. Unbelievable, both of them were shredded in that exchange, but Catalyst barely scrapes through alive. Looking like a battle of the titans between these two top 4 players. Oh, totally clean finish to knock him off the ramp, putting the pressure firmly back on Vortex. Vortex really needed to stop that slide, given his recent struggles. Absolute perfection from Catalyst, who just can't be stopped right now. A huge reversal from that 13-9 defeat they had recently. Vortex secures another one, keeping things interesting as we head into the final round of the half. High impact play to close out the half. Catalyst takes a commanding 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, he's definitely living up to the hype as the favorite. He's clearly the better man so far after putting together that strong 4-round run. Time for the side switch. What a scramble, he nearly goes down, but manages to clutch the fight from the wine box. A really tight battle between the 3rd and 4th rated players. Catalyst is really putting the squeeze on, quickly picking him off the wine box to extend his lead. Vortex really needs to tighten up his game for a rally. Catalyst has dominated this rivalry with a 62% all-time win rate. And honestly, the pressure is really starting to get to Vortex. It's becoming a long climb back for him if he can't find a way to break this momentum. Catalyst is really putting on a clinic, quickly cleaning him off the ramp to secure another round. Vortex is showing some real resilience here, refusing to let Catalyst slide into a comfortable victory. A lighting fast flick puts him in the driver's seat for the series. Silly to doubt him, given the rankings gap. And that is it, completely untouched finish to seal the victory. He really knew how to shut things down when it mattered, proving that he's still the king of this rivalry. Phantom enters this one as the clear favorite based on our rating, but it's important to remember his recent history against this opponent. Catalyst has won 4 of their last 5 meetings. It'll be interesting to see if Phantom can shake that trend early. He's just not letting up, putting together a fierce 3-round streak to start the match. He really is battling his worst nightmare right now. He is just completely overwhelming his opponent right now, making this look effortless. Phantom finally answers back to get a point on the board. He really is the best player on the ladder right now. Unbelievable. Both players were nearly depleted, but he scrapes through with a sliver of life left. He's finally starting to close that gap. Phantom is seeing that 65% map win rate go completely out the window. He has all the historical advantages on this terrain, yet he's still the one struggling to find the footing. He has to pivot his approach if he wants to turn this around. Catalyst is really dominating with a commanding 6-3 lead. He's finally leaning into that top seed status. The pace of these matches is incredible, with that last encounter barely lasting a second. Catalyst is just running away with this, leading 8-3. Catalyst is showing exactly why he climbed to that 3rd spot. Catalyst takes a huge 9-3 lead into the break. Honestly, the favorite is just getting rolled. Right now, he's fully in control, exactly as the pre-match outlook suggested he would be. Time to see if Phantom awakens. Catalyst is just merciless, pushing the lead to 10-3. It's starting to feel like a total repeat of their last meeting. Another clean round for Catalyst, securing the advantage from the top of the box. Pure efficiency from Catalyst, who puts himself in position to end this match right now. He's making it look like a walk in the park. Phantom manages to hold the momentum with a rapid strike, but he's still staring down a huge deficit. A rare glimmer of hope for the top seed. What a final trade. He digs deep in that chaotic exchange to secure the victory. He completely dismantled the #1 seed today, regardless of what the rankings said before this. Phantom enters this one as our current #1 rated player, and he typically controls the pace in these head-to-head matchups. Well, looking at the start here, Vortex is definitely trying to flip the script and prove those stats wrong. We're all squared up now, and both players look locked in. His edge in the head-to-head history is certainly starting to show. Phantom pulls ahead, putting Vortex in a tough spot. He really seems to have the read on the Vortex right now. Vortex was simply too quick, shutting Phantom down before he could even use the high ground. The #4 seed is fighting hard to stay relevant. Vortex takes a narrow lead, pushing the score to 3-2. Vortex is really playing with a lot of confidence right now. Phantom is just too snappy from that high angle. He really punished Vortex for peeking. Vortex is holding a slim one-round advantage now. He's definitely playing with a chip on his shoulder today. Vortex is putting up a really strong fight despite a struggling recent form of 20% in his last few games. It's a huge shift in momentum given that Phantom normally owns this matchup. He's playing a flawless game so far to stay ahead. Vortex tracks him down on the ramp to secure his 3rd straight round. It's a complete reversal from their last encounter on Orange. Vortex just clears him off the boost, and that's a 4th straight for the leader. It's a stark contrast to his recent form. Unbelievable, he's just completely taken over this map, extending the gap to 8-3. He's making a serious statement as the 4th best on the ladder. Vortex takes an 8-4 lead heading into the break, and honestly, this is exactly what we wanted to see. He's playing the part of the heavy favorite perfectly right now. Time to see the fight back. Vortex is just cruising now with the 9-4 lead. He's really playing like the man to beat right now. Vortex is practically untouchable, dominating the board at 10-4. It is a nightmarish turn of events for the top seed. Another clean pick for Vortex, keeping the pressure firmly on the top seed. The top seed is really struggling to find an answer today. Phantom manages to secure a quick response to keep himself in the game. He's definitely leaning on that historical advantage in their head-to-head. Cautious exchange that ended with a sharp finish, putting him just 1 step away from victory. A total 180 from the pre-match expectations. Phantom holds his ground to keep the dream alive, but Vortex is now just 1 step away from the win. He really wants to avoid another result, like his last loss to KO. What a way to close it out. Vortex secures the final kill and takes the victory. He really just stepped up to the plate and completely dismantled the world #1 in this series. Catalyst comes out, swinging with an aggressive start, catching Vortex right there on the ramp. Catalyst holds a massive historical advantage with over 600 more round wins in their head-to-head history. It's fascinating to see that dominance challenge today, given how closely they've matched up in these first 2 rounds. We're seeing if Vortex can finally shift the tide here. A dead heat as we head into the 4th. A very close pairing on the ladder as expected. Vortex is really starting to build some momentum here after catching Catalyst right as he stepped off the ramp. Absolute chaos as Catalyst and Vortex sit locked at 3 apiece. A true battle between the top tier of our rating. Vortex takes a slim lead with a 4-3 advantage. This has been a real grind for a player who has struggled lately. Catalyst shuts him down on the ramp to tie things up once again. A real heavyweight clash with almost no gap in the ladder rankings. Vortex is putting on a clinic today. Cleaning up another one from the ramp. He's really fighting hard to shake off that tough loss in their previous meeting. Vortex is currently playing above his usual standard, which is quite a shift considering his 30% win rate over the last 10 matches. Well, he's definitely defying his recent form to put Catalyst on the defensive. It'll be interesting to see if he can sustain this level of play for the rest of the game. We're all squared up at 6-6, and honestly this matches the projected closeness of their current rankings. Vortex is holding his own, but he'll need to find another gear to actually secure the lead in the second half. Time to switch it up. Vortex holds the edge as we enter round 13. A tough battle for a pair of top 5 rated stars. Total stalemate now with both players sitting at 7. Vortex really needs to rediscover that edge he's held on this map. The momentum has completely shifted. Catalyst is really starting to pull away here. He's really showing why he's the highest seed on the ladder. He's completely taken over now, edging out that fight to secure his 3rd straight win. A shaky time to be fighting back from a deficit. The pressure is simply too much for his opponent as he marches right toward the double-digit lead. Another effortlessly clean round for Catalyst, who's now completely outclassing his opponent. He's completely shut the door on any hope of a comeback, standing just 1 round from victory. The betting board definitely had the wrong man as the favorite. Unbelievable. He seals the deal with a clean finish to secure the match. Just a huge mental collapse from the favorite after that tight start. He really just let the game get away from him. Phantom holds a narrow overall lead with 548 total wins over Catalyst in their history. It's interesting because the recent trend suggests the opposite, with Catalyst taking most of their latest encounters. Now we'll see if this early lead can flip the momentum back in the favorites' direction. Catalyst is really putting the pressure on here, taking total control of the ramp to move ahead. It's a tough look for the top-rated guy in the server. Catalyst outduels him from the ramp to secure another round. Just another chapter in the recent series of losses for the top seed. Simply unstoppable right now, holding the ramp to keep this run going. The top seed is looking completely lost right now. Another rapid reaction here, catching Phantom right off the ramp to extend his streak. Unbelievable. He claws back from the ramp, surviving by a hair to get on the board. That was a narrow one, barely coming out on top there. Wow, he almost didn't make it, but he finally manages to take Phantom off the Tetris. The momentum from that 13-4 victory earlier is clearly sticking. Catalyst has been in a phenomenal run of form with 4 wins in his last few games. It's an interesting contrast to Phantom's recent struggles, which make this current recovery attempt feel even more critical. We'll see if the #1 seed can actually turn the tide here. Catalyst is just cruising with a comfortable 7-4 cushion. The underdog is definitely making a case for himself today. Catalyst goes into the break with a 7-5 lead. Everything is playing out exactly how the analysts predicted. He looks very comfortable on red line and is currently holding a slight edge as we switch sides. Time for Phantom to wake up. Catalyst is firmly in the driver's seat at 8-5. The #3 seed is simply too strong today. Catalyst is practically untouchable, stretching that lead to 9-5. The experience difference is really showing in this set. It's just too fast for him, strolling toward a huge lead with another clean sweep. He's really playing his best game of the day. He isn't letting up, easily picking his opponent off the ramp to stay in full control. The 3 seed is treating this like a warm-up. Just one more to go for the win, and he's looking absolutely sharp right now. The seedings were definitely skewed heading into this series. He finally puts a stop to that run with a completely clean shot. Finally, a glimpse of resistance from the favorite. Game over. Catalyst finishes it off to secure a massive victory. He's really rewritten the script in this rivalry, completely dismissing the all-time lead the top seed had over him. Phantom holds a massive lifetime advantage in this pairing, winning over 60% of their head-to-head matchups. But those historical numbers might be misleading right now. After struggling in his last few games, the top-rated player in the league is fighting to prove he's still in command here. Vortex is smelling blood with a 2-1 lead. His luck hasn't improved since that last 13-6 result. We're back to a deadlock. This is starting to feel like a coin flip between these two. Vortex edges ahead, clinging to a slim 3-2 lead. Vortex really looks comfortable against him today. Vortex isn't letting up, catching Phantom right as he tried to hold that wine position. He's really struggling to shake off that bad form lately. Vortex is simply dominant, pulling ahead 4-3. He's looking to shake off that dismal start to the day. Phantom finally claws his way back to a 4-4 tie. He's looking much more composed than he did in those earlier losses today. He's completely taking control now, sweeping through his third consecutive round. The top seed is finally starting to look like the favorite. A brutal trade that finally leaves Vortex standing to even the score. Vortex is proving he can handle the pressure against a top seed. Phantom just took control of that narrow passage to put some distance between them. Neither player has managed to secure a win in their last 4 games today. Phantom takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, it looks like the betting favorites were wrong on this one. He's fighting through a rough morning and managing to hold the advantage. Let's see if Vortex can answer back. Phantom's current win streak is reflecting his historical 66% win rate on this particular map. Well, it's an impressive way to rebound after the rough set of losses he's endured earlier today. He's finally starting to dictate the pace of this series. The momentum has completely swung as he continues this hot streak to open up a 5-round lead. A complete flip from that previous set. Another flawless round for the frontrunner, who is just outclassing his opponent right now. Vortex looked so sharp in their previous meeting. He is absolutely cruising now. Just one more round needed to seal the deal. He's definitely playing like the heavyweight favorite we expected. Vortex finally puts a stop to the momentum, keeping the dream alive for a bit longer. Vortex finds his mark yet again, refusing to let the match end just yet. He's simply on fire right now, stacking up his 3rd straight win to keep the pressure mounting. What a way to close it out. He survives a messy exchange to shut the door on this series. He really needed this one to stop the bleeding. After such a rough run of losses today, he's finally back in the winner's circle. What a fight. Catalyst is historically dominant here with a 62% win rate against his opponent, you know, but he's really struggling to translate that success to this specific map. He'll need to find some answers quickly if he wants to take control. Catalyst is really starting to pull away now. He is clearly playing with a lot of confidence right now. Vortex is doing a great job of keeping the pace even and refusing to let Catalyst get a foothold here. Vortex looks ready to put those recent losses behind him. Vortex holds a slim lead with 3 rounds banked. He really needs to shake off that slow start. They're all squared up now, total deadlock between them. He's really leaning into that top 2 ranking on the ladder. These exchanges are getting faster and faster. Neither of them is letting the other breathe. Vortex has a decent 50% win rate on this map. It's a nice contrast to the heavy pressure usually applied by the higher seeded player. I think we're seeing that stability pay off in a big way for him right now. Vortex is just too quick with the reactions, taking Catalyst right off that box to extend his lead. Vortex is commanding a strong 7-4 lead. The lower seed is really taking advantage of the moment. Vortex heads into the break with a 7-5 lead. I mean, he's fighting back hard despite his poor recent form. He's refusing to let the higher seed take over this match. Time to see who blinks first. Vortex is staying composed while maintaining that 8-5 cushion. He's really putting that rank 4 status to the test right now. Vortex extends his grip, now sitting comfortably at 9-5. That was a lightning fast encounter. Catalyst is digging in his heels, refusing to let that lead slip further away. This is mirroring their previous encounter on Mapas. He's showing some serious grit here, putting together a second straight win to chip away at that gap. The pressure is mounting on the favorite to maintain his control. Vortex is just relentlessly cruising at 10-7. The consistency shown in these high-pressure games is impressive. He's really showing some grit, shutting everything down to keep this comeback alive. Vortex is just putting the hammer down now, moving closer to a potential upset here. A really surprising turnaround considering the overall match history. He's not backing down, securing another narrow victory to keep the pressure high. The early favorite has to stay vigilant now. Vortex is just a single round away from victory after clearing Catalyst off that box. Unbelievable. Vortex closes out this series with a flawless finish to claim the match. Just a huge result for the lower seed, really shaking up that head-to-head record we've seen so often. Phantom holds a slim lead in the head-to-head with 548 wins over the long haul. And honestly, it is surprising how much that doesn't matter right now. Catalyst has basically owned this rivalry lately and he looks very comfortable tonight. It will be interesting to see if the higher seed can shake this off. Catalyst really is comfortably in control here, securing that win right from the ramp. A really tough spot for the world #1 to start in. Catalyst is just cruising along with a huge 3-1 lead. He's effectively duplicating that 13-6 performance from their previous map. Catalyst is now one step closer to a sweep. He's looking to bounce back after that rough 6-13 defeat earlier. The pace of these exchanges is just electric, with both players deciding the rounds in a matter of seconds. A real struggle for the top seed to find an answer. Catalyst has a strong 68% win rate on this map. Well, it's a distinct contrast to how Phantom usually controls the pace of a match. The pressure is really starting to build on the league's top player to get this back on track. Phantom's trailing 3-6 and desperately needs a breakthrough. It's quite a run for the third ranked guy on the ladder. Another quick exchange on the ramp and Catalyst is just completely outplaying him right now. It's a massive shift from the usual expectations here. He's simply untouchable right now, strolling into an 8-3 advantage before the players switch sides. Catalyst heads into the break with a 9-3 lead. He's proving why he was expected to win this one today. The earliest player is just getting outplayed in every single duel. Time to see some fight from Phantom. Catalyst is absolutely dominant, moving ahead to 10-3. He is really making a statement against the favorite today. Phantom finally draws blood, though Catalyst still leads 10-4. Phantom is putting up a fight now. He needs to keep this string going to stay in the series. This is far more competitive than their previous encounter on Red Line. Catalyst just read him like a book, pulling off a quick kill while Phantom was perched up high. His recent form is looking incredibly sharp today. Phantom has a narrow gap to close, but he's certainly making it a much closer fight now. The top seed is finally starting to put some pressure back. Phantom managed to secure the kill from the ramp, and he's really starting to claw his way back into this. He just barely manages to secure the kill, and that puts him 1 point away from a huge victory. The momentum shifted back in an instant. A sharp response there to keep the fight going, though. Catalyst is still staring down the victory. He continues to fight back, denying the match point with a spotless execution. The gap in their overall ratings is barely evident now. Absolutely huge. Catalyst seals the deal with a clean finish to take the victory. The world #1 really clawed his way back, but he just couldn't close that final gap. He'll be gutted. Tough loss for Phantom. Phantom enters this match as the best rated player in our league, yet he has really struggled with a narrow 3-5 record today. It's a bit surprising to see a top seed fighting for momentum so early in the set. We have to see if he can lean on his overall skill to recover from this slow start. He is just not letting up, putting the pressure on with a huge 3-round lead. Vortex is really capitalizing on his home turf advantage here. Unbelievable. He barely clings to life with a tiny sliver of health to bring the score to 1-3. That was an absolute nail-biter of a duel. He's keeping his composure, securing another clean look to chip away at the deficit. This is the kind of form he showed in that tight 13-11 win against Kale. Vortex holds a commanding 4-2 lead as we restart. The one seed is really feeling the pressure right now. Vortex is simply too fast for him right now, and that high ground on the ramp really sealed the deal. Their head-to-head numbers usually favor the other guy. Phantom just picks him off the ramp to keep this momentum shift going. A really clean finish to snap that slide. He is putting up a serious fight, erasing the gap with another untouchable round. The momentum is shifting back to where most expected it to be. Vortex has actually secured victory in a surprising number of their last 5 encounters. It shows he has a high level of comfort playing against the top seed. Now we have to see if he can maintain this composure through the final stretch. He keeps up the pressure, continuing this climb back into the game. He's really fighting to prove his standing on the ladder. We are all squared up at 6-6 heading into the break. It's an incredibly close set so far. Phantom is holding his own despite entering this as the underdog for the first time in a while. Let's see who blinks first. He just puts on a clinic, dragging his opponent right off the ramp to take a narrow lead. It is a battle of wills for the top seed right now. He keeps the momentum going, continuing this strong push to build a 2-round cushion. We're seeing a much more familiar side of this top seed now. He's completely in control, securing a 3rd straight round to further widen the gap. He's starting to look every bit like the favorite now. Vortex answers back with a crisp execution to slow down the pace. Just the right response to keep this game from slipping away. He's back in the lead, displaying great grit to maintain his upper hand. He managed to secure a slow burn win here, refusing to let this set slip away. A tough spot for the challenger to dig out of now. Vortex just shuts him down from the ramp, continuing this impressive surge to stay within striking distance. A huge confidence boost for the trailing player in this set. He's just unstoppable right now, clawing his way back to a deadlock. Completely different energy from those fast kills we saw earlier. Incredible. He barely survives that absolute war of attrition to take his 4th in a row. He's effectively wiped out that lead entirely. Vortex is simply relentless, putting the match on the line after taking his 5th straight. He has completely shifted the tide of this match. He simply refuses to go down, shutting that long run of rounds down instantly. That was a crisp reaction to stop the bleeding. What a display of willpower. Vortex closes it out perfectly to secure the map victory. He really stepped up his game and it counted today. Taking down the top seed like that is a huge statement for his ranking. What a fight. Catalyst usually controls the history of this match with a 62% win rate overall, and honestly, that long-term edge makes this a strange opening for him. He's looking a bit shaky after a recent loss to the same opponent, so we'll see if he can flip the script here. He simply cannot find a way to stop this hot start. The gap between these two in the rankings is negligible. Unbelievable. He barely survives a chaotic exchange to extend the streak to 4. He really looks like he's still reeling from that loss on Dunes. A sharp reaction there to finally put a stop to that run. He's still the higher seed in our current ratings. Vortex is dominating the pace at 5-1. The momentum has shifted completely from their previous encounter. Catalyst is really leaning into his recent form with a 6-2 run over the last day. It's a strong showing that suggests he's finally shaking off the rust from his last defeat. Now the big question is whether he can actually turn this small momentum shift into a full comeback. Vortex still holds a commanding 3-round lead. That's a high-level clash between the two current top 4 contenders. That was lightning fast. Vortex is really putting the pressure on Catalyst right now. Vortex keeps a healthy 3-round cushion. It's a battle for the top 4 right here. Vortex takes an 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, we're seeing a total reversal of the long-term trends here. Vortex is simply refusing to back down as the underdog in this set. Let's see if Catalyst can claw back. Catalyst grabs another, narrowing it to 5-8 now. The second-ranked player is starting to put his weight around. What a scramble! Vortex clings to life with a tiny sliver of health after that absolute brawl. That is simply incredible luck to survive that burst. Vortex is cruising now, moving ahead to a 10-5 lead. His target is getting closer to a dominant finish. Catalyst keeps fighting, but he's trailing 6-10. A tough spot for the world number 2 to be in. Vortex is just too quick right now, catching Catalyst completely off guard while he was holding the ramp. That high tier precision is on full display right now. Vortex secures a tough victory and puts himself 1 round away from the finish. He's really capitalizing on his status as the favorite today. A complete shutdown by Catalyst, who keeps his hopes alive with a flawless exchange. Just showing a glimmer of the skill that keeps him in the top 2. Absolute perfection. Vortex closes out the series with a clean finish to take the victory. He's really found the answer to the number 2 player today, just outclassing him from start to finish on orange. Phantom currently holds the overall head-to-head lead. You know, he's really looking to reclaim his dominance after dropping their last few direct encounters. It will be interesting to see if he can maintain this early pressure. Catalyst is staring down a tough 0-2 deficit. The current world #1 is certainly starting the server strong. He's simply on another level right now, walking away without a scratch for a 3rd straight time. He's shaking off those recent losses in a big way. And he draws blood, showing some real grit to get back into this. He's proving why he's not such a massive underdog here. He's stubbornly refusing to fall behind, narrowing the gap to just 1 round. The pressure is really mounting on the favorite right now. Phantom puts a solid buffer up at 4-2. He's definitely trying to shake off that recent 11-13 loss to Vortex. A solid response there from Catalyst, refusing to let his opponent pull even further ahead. It's a fight for every single point tonight. Unbelievable resilience from Catalyst, who just wiped the slate clean to tie things up. His consistency is starting to make him look like the favorite. What a response, he just claimed his 3rd straight round and now takes the lead. A messy exchange that barely goes his way, but it's enough to bring things level. It's a total deadlock as we head toward the break. Phantom is really turning the tide now, knocking Catalyst right off the Tetris to extend his lead. We've got a deadlock at 6-6. I mean, Phantom playing much better than the odds suggest for the underdog. He is definitely making the most of his 66% win rate on Italy to stay in this. Fresh start for both guys. Phantom edges ahead, barely holding a single round advantage. It's a battle between the top 3 players on the ladder. Phantom is comfortably atop the leaderboard as the top-rated player in the league, and he's really proving that the ranking isn't just for show tonight. I think he's successfully erasing the memory of those previous losses to Catalyst. What a display of strength from Catalyst, who stays perfectly healthy while evening the score. He's putting on an absolute clinic with his movement right now. He is simply unstoppable right now, keeping the momentum moving firmly in his direction. His head-to-head record against Phantom is starting to look very healthy. Phantom secures the exchange from the wine, bringing the score back to a dead heat. A completely effortless kill for Catalyst, who continues to claw his way back into this set. Both players are perfectly tied up at 10 all. Absolute deadlock as we head into the home stretch. He's simply refusing to let up, taking a clear lead as he pushes forward in this set. The favorite is fighting a real uphill battle now. Both of these guys are playing so fast, it's basically a coin flip every single time they engage. He's just stepped in front and shut the door on that momentum, putting himself 1 win away from the victory. Pure nerves of steel as he forces a complete deadlock at 12-12, sending us straight into over. Just a complete reset as we head into the extra frame. The momentum has shifted firmly in Phantom's favor as he takes command of this overtime frame. A lightning-fast exchange to seize the lead. Catalyst manages to pluck him off the wine, bringing this battle back to a dead heat. He just shut that momentum down from the wine to take a 14-13 lead. The momentum looks completely flipped from how they started. What a surge. He's now 3 straight and just a single step away from victory. A huge swing for someone who entered the series as the underdog. Unbelievable Catalyst storms through the final exchange to complete the comeback and seal the series. He really dug deep in that overtime to pull off the upset. Just a massive shift in gears when it mattered most. What a fight. Phantom uses that ramp height to shut things down early and get on the board. Phantom boasts an all-time win rate of 63% across nearly 19,000 games. It's a high bar, but he's actually struggling to put together a win streak lately. We'll see if he can shake that rust before the momentum completely shifts. We're deadlocked at 2-all as we head back. Vortex has clearly been playing the better game of the two today. The tide has completely turned and he's now taking full control of this match. He's clearly mirroring that victory from their last encounter. What a chaotic exchange. He barely scrapes through that fight to level things up at 3-3. Phantom really needs to shake off those recent losses. Vortex is putting on a real clinic here, making it look easy from that ramp. The #1 seed is really feeling the pressure right now. Phantom is playing a much faster game lately, quickly ending that last round from the ramp to keep things even. A tough run of games lately, but he's holding his own here. Vortex is really taking over the pace of this match, answering that last round with a fast response of his own. He's really capitalizing on his recent form today. Vortex is just too sharp right now, catching Phantom right as he tried to hold that Tetris spot. The heavy favorite is really struggling to find any footing here. Phantom is fighting back from that height, And now we've only got 1 round left before the players head to the break. We're sitting at a 6-6 deadlock. Well, it's an interesting start because Vortex was supposed to run away with this one. Phantom has managed to stay level despite a very rough few days of play. Time to see who blinks first. Phantom's just starting to string this together now, and he's doing it by owning that ramp. A critical moment for the top seed to finally assert himself. Neither player is giving an inch, tied up at 7 apiece. He is really capitalizing on that hot streak of recent wins. Phantom is back in a 1-round lead, and he did it by claiming the advantage from that ramp. The world #1 is starting to find his footing. Phantom has won about 61% of their total head-to-head clashes. It's a huge sample size, and is finally starting to let that historical dominance bleed through. We're seeing the gap in skill return to the forefront here. Vortex manages to pick him off the ramp, showing some real grit to keep his hopes alive. Much needed stop there to keep this game competitive. Phantom has a comfortable cushion now, and he's really starting to stretch this lead. Huge response from the top seed, putting him just 1 step away from victory. He's firmly back in the driver's seat now. Vortex shuts that down quickly, dragging the leader off the ramp. That was a surprisingly quick stop to hold the momentum. Absolute chaos in that final exchange, but he closes the door to secure the victory. The #1 seed finally gets a result. He's clearly shaken off that rough patch of form he's been dealing with all morning. Catalyst has managed to win 62% of their historical meetings. That total dominance on the all-time record makes him the clear favorite here. It will be interesting to see if he can maintain that pressure after his previous loss to Vortex. Everything's wide open now with Catalyst and Vortex tied. He's really capitalizing on his map advantage right now. Catalyst takes the lead with a 2-1 advantage. He's certainly playing like the higher rated player at the moment. What a frantic exchange. He barely scrapes through that fight to level the score. He's really putting those team credentials to the test tonight. Catalyst pulls ahead again, holding a narrow 1-round lead. A strong showing for the man currently sitting at rank 2. A dead heat now with both players at 3. Vortex is certainly playing his way back to that previous 13-7 victory. Vortex is really starting to build some serious heat here, taking control of the momentum with back-to-back wins. Still neck and neck as we hit 4 apiece. It's impressive seeing him stay so composed after that rough loss to Vortex earlier today. Unreal. He barely survives a chaotic shootout to reclaim the lead. The top 4 on the ladder are really clashing right now. He's absolutely on fire right now, putting the pressure back on with another clean frame. Vortex secures a smooth response here, keeping things tight heading into the break. The matchup is looking almost even right now. We head into the break with a 6-6 deadlock. Things are playing out exactly as we thought. Catalyst is showing a bit more polish, but Vortex is holding his ground well on this map. Switch sides, let's keep it going. Catalyst edges forward, claiming a single round advantage. That's his 5th victory in their last 6 encounters. Vortex enters back and we are locked at 7. It feels like we're mirroring that previous encounter where the underdog took charge. Vortex is really starting to separate himself here, taking a firm grip on the lead. He's outperforming his usual role as the underdog in these encounters. A total stalemate as Catalyst and Vortex hit 8. It's a total toss-up going into this stretch. Absolutely wild. He just managed to claw back into the lead after an incredibly grueling exchange. He survived on a total sliver of health there. Catalyst has been phenomenal lately with a 7-3 run over the last day. So, yeah, he is definitely in a strong position personally, but we are seeing that momentum shift entirely toward Vortex in this specific series. Unbelievable. He barely survives an absolute war of attrition to claw one back. That was an absolute nail-biter right there. Vortex is just refusing to let this slip, stepping up when the pressure is at its highest. Really showing some strength despite those lower ranking numbers. Everything is balanced perfectly now. We've got a total deadlock heading into the final stretch. It's a high-stakes battle between the top 4 on the leaderboard. Catalyst is really starting to pull away here, putting a lot of pressure on Vortex as he looks to close this out. A flawless sequence from the favorite, putting himself in position to end this entire match right now. The narrative has completely flipped from those pre-match predictions. And there it is. He shuts the door on this match with a commanding finish. He really had to grind this one out, but he's officially reclaimed his dominance in this rivalry. What a fight. Phantom holds a slight edge in their all-time head-to-head record. But Catalyst has clearly taken control of this rivalry lately by winning 4 of their last 5 meetings. It will be interesting to see if that trend continues here. Catalyst is just one step ahead with a 2-1 lead. It's a huge clash featuring the 2 highest players on the ladder. Unbelievable. He barely scrapes through that exchange to even out the map. He's certainly proving why he's the top seed on our ladder. That's a total shift in momentum. He's now taking 3 straight. He's starting to find his footing after that tough series on Italy. A very quick reaction from Catalyst to bring the series level. The world #1 is going to have to dig deep here. Catalyst is simply too quick for him, dragging Phantom right off that ramp for another win. Coming off an 8-3 run over the last day. Phantom puts an end to that slide by picking him off the ramp. He's definitely feeling the pressure of that 4-7 run today. Phantom regains the lead, sitting 1 ahead at 5-4. A very dominant showing from the best player on the ladder. Catalyst is really finding ways to neutralize Phantom's height advantage, securing that win right from the wall. Catalyst is really showing that top 2 form today. Catalyst is on a roll now, using that ramp position to build some serious pressure. The momentum is shifting contrary to those pre-match expectations. We're all squared up at 6 apiece. I mean, it's not the dominant start the favorites predicted, but it's far from a surprise given Phantom's 68% win rate on this map. We'll see who takes control after the switch. Let's see who blinks first. That was a lightning fast encounter. Catalyst takes total control from the wine box to push the lead. He is definitely playing like a man who expects to take this series. Catalyst is just far too sharp right now, claiming another fast win from the ramp. A tough spot for the top-seeded player to be in. He's really locking in now, picking Phantom right off the ramp to secure his 3rd straight. He is really asserting himself in the top 2 right now. Phantom is refusing to back down, completely deleting him off the ramp to get back into this. He's showing real grit here, digging in and taking a 2nd straight to close the gap. He's really stepping up to meet those high expectations. Catalyst is carrying a lot of confidence with an 8-3 record over the last day. It explains why he looks so composed despite Phantom's overall dominance on this map. It will be tough for the #1 seed to turn this around now. Phantom is showing impressive heart right now, untouchable from the ramp as he keeps his recovery alive. Both players are effectively playing at the same level right now. Catalyst just had an incredibly fast reaction to put himself in a strong position here. A very clean result for the #2 seed. Phantom is showing some serious resolve, quickly dropping him right off that window. Catalyst secures a tight window from the wine box, putting himself just a single round away from victory. He's looking every bit the top-tier contender right now. Phantom keeps this fight alive with a perfectly clean finish. The pressure is mounting as this series descends into a dead heat. What a fight! Both players were nearly gone, but he managed to clutch out the victory to force overtime. Absolutely grueling exchange to bring this set to a dead heat. Another effortless round for Phantom, who is absolutely steaming through this overtime surge. He's really leaning into that role as the expected favorite. What a slugfest. He manages to survive that chaotic trade to move firmly in control. He's practically refusing to let his opponent breathe right now. Absolute machine work. He closes in on victory with his 5th consecutive round win. The momentum has fully swung back to the top seed. And that is it. An incredible run of 6 straight rounds to close this out and secure the map. A massive result here. After that earlier series on Italy, he really had to fight for his life to get this one back. What a match. Phantom owns the head-to-head history with a 61% win rate over Vortex. But he's coming in as the heavy favorite today, and he's clearly feeling the pressure of those expectations. Let's see if he can shake these off quickly. Vortex is suddenly in control with a 2-1 lead. He's currently the top-rated player in the league for good reason. Vortex is really putting the pressure on early, claiming a solid lead this quickly. Still recovering from that 39 defeat in their previous encounter. Vortex is now pushing a 3-2 advantage. He's fighting for his spot as the top seed today. Phantom claws back to tie it up at 3-all. The top-rated guy on the ladder is starting to settle in. Unreal, he scrapes through with a sliver of health, taking the lead at 4-3. He's looking completely unfazed after that nail-biter. Vortex quickly catches him on the Tetris to bring the score level. A real clash of styles between the 4th and 1st overall seeds. Vortex edges ahead by 1, holding a slim lead. That's some incredibly fast work to close this out. We're deadlocked at 5 apiece now. A fierce battle between the 2 highest ranked players in the arena. Vortex is really starting to hold his own in this set, staying just 1 step ahead as we approach the break. He's keeping the pressure high with another quick exchange. Vortex heads into the break with a 7-5 lead. Well, he's really backing up the favorite label so far. He has a tight grip on this game despite a few strong rounds from Phantom. Let's see who finds their rhythm first. Phantom narrows the gap to just 1 round. He's playing some great defense despite those earlier losses. Absolute parity now as Phantom pulls level at 7. He's starting to look like the world #1 after that trade. Another rapid fire for Phantom, who is now completely in control of the pace. He's showing why that #1 rating is deserved. Vortex enters right back to keep this battle deadlocked. They're mirroring each other perfectly right now. Vortex just barely holds on to that 9-8 edge. Vortex is definitely playing with a lot of confidence right now. Vortex is back on top, securing 3 straight to firmly grab a 2-round lead. The top seed is really struggling to find a counter right now. He's simply too fast right now, completely untouchable in this sequence. Phantom has looked a bit shaky across his last few games today. He manages to put a stop to that run, refusing to let the game slip away. He's clawing back into this just in time. A brutal trade that ends in his favor, showing some serious grit as he continues this run. The favorite is finally starting to look like a threat again. Vortex shuts the door tight, picking him off the Tetris to reach match point. The poise from the top seed right now is just incredible. What a response. He keeps the dream alive with a perfect exchange to make it 11-12. He is staying completely composed in this high-stakes moment. He closes it out with a fierce final burst, finally securing the map victory. He just completely flipped the script on this rivalry today. It's a huge result to take down the world #1. What a fight. Catalyst has a really strong historic edge here, winning over 62% of their lifetime matchups. I mean, he's typically the one who comes out on top against Vortex. It'll be interesting to see if the momentum from their most recent head-to-head clash carries through this game. Catalyst is really putting the pressure on with a 2-1 lead. It's almost a mirror image of their clash on Blame Dunes. Vortex has completely flipped the script here, quickly erasing that early lead. Catalyst holds a slim 3-2 edge over Vortex now. The number 2 rated player on the ladder is looking dangerous today. We are deadlocked at 3 apiece now. Neither side looks to have a definitive advantage today. The early stages of this duel are trading blows rapidly, and it's a real toss-up who will break away first. He's coming in with a solid 8 wins across his games today. Vortex has fought back to pull us level at 4-all. He's holding his own against the top 2 seed. Vortex now has a 1-round cushion. That second seed is really feeling the pressure right now. Things are getting incredibly tight. We're seeing them trade rounds back and forth, and neither player can really build a lead. It's a battle of the giants with 2 of the top 4 players here. Goodness, that was an absolute war. Vortex barely survives that exchange to take a 6-5 lead. He's really putting that number 4 seed status on display right now. We head into the break tied at 6 apiece. I mean, this is exactly what we expected to see. Both players are playing at an incredibly high level, and it's just a coin flip who pulls ahead now. Ready for a fresh start. Catalyst just snatched the lead back at 7. He's had a productive day so far with 8 total victories. Catalyst has managed 8 victories throughout his day so far. That strong form is really translating into a comfortable lead in this specific matchup. He is just starting to dictate the flow of the game now. He's just completely taking over now, securing another effortless round to extend his lead. The pre-match projections are looking pretty wrong at the moment. Vortex refuses to crumble, shutting this exchange down completely to chip away at that gap. That slight edge in the odds is starting to feel relevant. Catalyst is stretching his lead to a 3-round gap. The a priori rankings definitely look a bit off right now. Vortex is showing some real grit here, shutting the door on another attempt by his opponent. Vortex just had a chance to put some distance between them, but Catalyst is quickly regaining his grip on the map. Vortex is staying in this fight, shutting down his opponent in another tidy exhibition of aim. A quick clean finish puts him just 1 round away from victory. Tough spot for the player who entered as the slight favorite. Total shutdown there. He's refusing to let this match slip away just yet. He's showing why he was tipped as the slight favorite coming in. What a way to close it out. Catalyst secures the final blow to claim the match. Vortex really pushed him to the limit this time, but that late momentum just wasn't there. He'll be gutted to drop this one. What a match. Phantom is comfortably the highest rated player in the league. But he's coming into this one on a downward trend compared to Catalyst. It'll be interesting to see if his usual superiority can override this early momentum. Catalyst has a commanding 2-round lead right now. It shows in the total head-to-head where Phantom holds a slight lead. Momentum has completely shifted, with Phantom erasing those early deficits in a hurry. Catalyst just barely clings to a 1-round advantage. He's looking very sharp today with a 9-4 record. Catalyst is really dominating, holding a solid 4-2 cushion. He's just untouchable right now, turning the tide with an impressive triple-round burst. A surprising turn of events for the top seed in this series. He's just outclassing everyone right now, taking a 4th straight to keep the pressure high. He's fighting for a spot in the top tier today. Absolutely terrifying. He's just completely overwhelmed his opponent with a 5th straight win. He's just completely impassable, securing a 6th straight win to push the score to 8-2. Quick response from Phantom to put a dent in that momentum before the intermission. A lightning fast exchange to close out their round. Catalyst takes a huge 9-3 lead into the break. Honestly, the favorite is simply putting on a show. We knew he was the man to beat today, but he is just outplaying the top seed right now. Phantom needs to wake up now. Catalyst has been on a tear with a 9-4 record over the last day. Well, he clearly has the confidence right now. He's pushing the pace, but Phantom is the only one who ever seems to actually match that intensity. He's simply on fire now, stringing together a 3rd straight victory to stay in the fight. The top seed is finally starting to feel like the favorite. He's simply not stopping, picking up a 4th straight to keep this rally going. Absolute precision on that final spray. He manages to shake off the pressure, securing a fast victory to hold his lead. The gap is starting to feel like a mountain. Phantom is just barely keeping his head above water now. What a fast snap to the head. Catalyst is now just 1 point away from closing this out. Unbelievable. He barely scraps through that exchange to stay alive. A huge sigh of relief for the top seed right there. A total shutdown to keep the hope alive, securing his 2nd straight win here. Unreal. Catalyst shuts the door on this one with a perfect final sequence. The world #1 just got a huge wake-up call on his favorite map. Catalyst is really putting the league on notice today. Phantom comes out strong, quickly picking off Vortex as he tried to hold the ramp. Phantom is the undisputed number 1 on our ladder, but he's been struggling lately with a 5-9 record today. It'll be interesting to see if he can snap that slump before Vortex pulls ahead. Tense showdown on the Tetris, but Phantom comes out on top and keeps his lead. He's fighting to regain some dominance over his rival. Vortex is putting on some serious pressure early, and he just proved that taking the high ground isn't enough to save Phantom. Phantom keeps the edge, leading 3-2. It's a classic clash between the two highest rated players in the room. Phantom is cruising now, holding a solid 2-round lead. He's looking every bit the favorite in this series. Vortex manages to hold the Tetris angle and get the trade back, keeping this whole thing incredibly tight. He looks like he's trying to play spoiler today. Phantom's positioning on the ramp gave him the perfect angle to secure another quick round. It's a huge mental advantage for the top seed to be leading right now. Phantom barely hangs on with a narrow 1-round cushion. What a fight. He just barely scraped through that one as both players traded heavy damage. He's definitely showing why he's the top seed in this pairing. Vortex is right back in it at 6-5. He's already coming off a fresh victory against the world number 1. We've got a deadlock at 6-all. Well, the momentum is shifting. Vortex came in as the favorite here, but Phantom is refusing to back down and is fighting for a huge upset today. Fresh start for both of them. Vortex takes the lead, putting him up 7-6. He's really making his presence felt against the top seed. Phantom claims that top spot on the Tetris and brings us right back to an even game. Despite the struggle today, he's traditionally the one who dominates this rivalry. Phantom noses ahead, claiming a slim 8-7 advantage. He's looking to get his revenge after that loss on Blame Map. He just wipes the floor with Vortex, catching him right off the ramp for a third straight. Vortex had the upper hand in their last encounter. He is just untouchable right now, taking the lead to 10 with an effortless flick. Vortex answers back with a crisp burst, staying healthy and narrowing the gap. Just another reminder that this matchup is rarely one-sided. Phantom is putting a lot of distance between himself and his opponent now. His total career wins over the position are staggering. A complete shutdown of the opponent, and now Phantom is just one step away from closing this out. Vortex reacts quickly to snag this one and keep his hopes alive. The underdog is fighting tooth and nail to stay in this. Absolute chaos in this exchange, and Vortex barely survives the carnage to secure another round. Unreal how quickly he just swung that back in his favor. Vortex just completely shuts him down off the ramp to extend this run. He's completely rewritten the script for this final stretch. What a finish! He seals the victory and claims the map right here. He really had to dig deep for that one. Vortex almost pulled off a huge comeback in the final moments. What a fight! Catalyst enters this series with a dominant 62% head-to-head win rate, and honestly that historical edge seems to be weighing on Vortex today. It is particularly telling since Vortex was actually seen as the slight favorite heading into this match. Vortex is really starting to build some speed here, and he completely shut down Catalyst's attempt to play the high ground. A quick reaction there, and he just takes complete control of the pace. Hey, tough spot for the second-ranked player to be in. A precise response there, putting the pressure right back on his opponent. Vortex is really utilizing that ramp to keep the momentum swinging in his favor right now. Vortex holds a narrow lead, sitting comfortably at 4-3. Coming off a confident set of wins today. Unbelievable, that was an absolute brawl, and he barely clings to survival to move ahead 5-2. Vortex keeps the edge, leading it 5-4. Looking at the board, the number 2 seed is finally showing his teeth. Vortex is staying aggressive, using that ramp to keep his lead secure as we head toward the break. Catalyst has been on fire lately with a 10-4 record over the last day. It's clear he's carrying that momentum, but he's just not finding a way to close out the rounds here. He really needs to snap this current skid if he wants to stay in the game. Vortex takes a 7-5 lead into the break, and honestly this is a real shock given the historical numbers. Catalyst is usually the one in charge, but he's just not matching that intensity right now. He just refused to let the map slide away, putting on a display of sheer will with that effortless kill. A vital moment for the second seed to reclaim some ground. What a response, he just wipes the floor with his opponent to bring us dead even. That's exactly where this match needed to be. He is simply outclassing everyone right now, taking a commanding lead in this exchange. Vortex manages to claw back another one, bringing things completely level at 8-8. He's showing a lot of heart, winning that duel on the ramp to reclaim the lead. Tense exchange, but he came out on top there. And just like that, Catalyst forces a 9-9 deadlock. He's proving that his low seed today means nothing. He's not letting the game slip, continuing this impressive climb back into the lead. He is definitely fighting through those early doubts today. He's putting on a clinic right now, continuing his charge toward the finish line. The higher seed is definitely finding his second wind. Another quick finish for Catalyst, putting him just one step away from victory. The pressure is clearly getting to the supposed favorite right now. Vortex refuses to go quietly, stumbling back into the fight with a perfectly timed shot. Vortex manages to pick him off the ramp, keeping the dream alive. He's really capitalizing on these mistakes to stay in the game. What a scrap! He barely survives that fight on the ramp to force the tie. Absolutely nails the timing to force a deadlock. What a fight. He barely survives that chaos to push the lead to 13-12. Absolutely grueling way to secure that narrow lead. Absolute precision from the underdog, completely erasing Catalyst's lead to tie this series up. He's just too quick, shutting down the opposition completely to take a 14-13 15-13 lead. Simply untouchable. He just equalizes the series with a stunning display of composure. Total reset. Now we're back to square one. He is simply refusing to break, securing another clean win to take the 15-14 lead. The momentum has completely flipped on his head. Unbelievable. Catalyst storms through the finish line to secure the series. He almost let it slip after that brutal comeback, but just wouldn't buckle under the pressure. What a fight. Phantom historically leads this rivalry with a 51% win rate over his opponent, but Catalyst has completely flipped the script in their most recent encounters. It'll be interesting to see if he can keep this pressure on for the long haul. Total shutdown. He's just strolling through these early rounds. Unreal. He was nearly out of the fight, but just barely managed to scrape through that exchange. He's refusing to go away, putting together a pair of rounds to close the gap. The early favorite is finally starting to exert his control. Catalyst is firmly in the driver's seat at 4-2. It's been a tough run for the top seed today. He's refusing to back down, continuing this push to claw back into the game. The odds weren't far off, but this is a tight battle. Catalyst has been on a tear today with an 11-4 record over the last day. It's really starting to look like he has a psychological edge over his opponents right now. We have to wonder if he can keep this momentum going. Catalyst is really flexing his muscles at 6-4. The world's current #1 is really feeling the pressure. Catalyst just read him like an open book, picking him right off that box. He's continuing to dominate this specific matchup right now. It's 7-5 for Catalyst as we head into the break. Well, things are playing out exactly as predicted. He's got the lead and looks confident, though he'll need to be careful since Phantom historically owns this map. Time to see if that lead holds. Catalyst is extending his lead to 8-5 here. He's really proving he belongs in that number 2 spot today. Absolute chaos in this one. He barely survives that firefight to secure the round. That's a huge amount of pressure for him to survive. He's putting up a real fight, digging deep to find another round in his favor. He is completely shifting the energy of this series right now. What a fight! He survives a brutal exchange to tie this series up at 8-8. It's a completely different story from how this started. What an insane exchange. He manages to barely edge out that fight with almost nothing left in the tank. The top seed is struggling to find a definitive answer. He simply won't go away, using that high ground to force the series to a deadlock. He just isn't letting up, securing another quick frame to take a narrow lead. The favorite's finally reclaiming his territory. Another flawless exhibition of aim, and he's now comfortably in control. A huge shift in momentum for the higher seeded player. He is simply unstoppable right now, moving a single round away from victory. The momentum is firmly back with the higher ranked side. He's refusing to buckle, showing a lot of grit to stay in this fight. A crucial stop to keep his hopes alive. He's stubbornly clawing his way back, refusing to let this series slip away just yet. Unbelievable. He barely survives that final trade to finish it all and secure the victory. That was a total roller coaster from start to finish, but he just barely found a way to hold it together. Hard fought win. Phantom holds a commanding lifetime lead of 23-66 wins over Vortex in their head-to-head history. Well, it's interesting to see the top-rated player in the league starting on the back foot. We have to see if the higher rank translates to a recovery here. Phantom is really putting the pressure on at 2-1. Vortex had a tough run in his match against Catalyst just before this. These early rounds are just trading back and forth, and we've got a complete deadlock here. Vortex is definitely fighting hard to reverse that series deficit. Phantom secures another one, extending his lead to 3-2. He seems to be shaking off that early loss. Vortex claws right back to make it a 3-all tie. He is really putting the top seed to the test right now. We're seeing some very quick reactions from both sides, but the number 1 seed is starting to pull ahead. The favorite is keeping this match tight. Vortex levels the playing field, bringing us to a dead heat at 4-4. Phantom edges ahead with a narrow 5-4 lead. Vortex is really feeling the weight of that recent slump. Phantom is really putting his 62% map win rate to work, and it's starting to look like his usual dominance. It's clearly a tough day for Vortex as he tries to shake off that current cold streak. A total washout this round as Phantom continues to steamroll his way into the break. That was a brutal sequence of exchanges for the number 4 seed. Phantom goes into the break with a big 8-4 lead, and honestly the underdog is just stealing the show right now. He's playing with a lot of confidence after that 4-round run to put himself in a great spot. Unreal, he survives a total firefight to scrap away around and cut that lead down to 3. That was a nail-biter, barely coming out on top. Phantom is just relentless now, surging ahead to 9-5. The gap in their ratings is starting to feel quite real. Vortex grabs one back to bring it to 9-6. He's really digging in his heels against the league leader. He's found a way to hold his ground and keeps the momentum shifting in his favor. The pressure is mounting for the highest ranked player in the series. Phantom pushes his advantage to 10-7 with that play. He's definitely showing why he's atop the ladder. Vortex is refusing to go away, keeping the fight alive with another quick victory. A sharp, quick exchange to get back in the game. What a frantic scramble. He nearly went down, but managed to secure the win in a total chaos of a round. Another clean burst for Vortex, keeping himself alive in this series. The momentum is definitely swinging back towards the underdog. Phantom shuts down that comeback attempt and puts himself just one round away from victory. He refuses to go quiet, staying dangerous and keeping this series within reach. A very clean finish to keep the deficit manageable. What a finish. Phantom secures a rapid final kill to close out the game. Vortex really pushed him to the limit, but he just couldn't close out those final few sequences. He had to earn that one. What a fight. Catalyst holds a massive overall lead in their head-to-head history. Well, it's a surprising start to a match where the higher-rated player is expected to take control. We'll see if he can shake off that last close loss and find his footing here. He is absolutely steamrolling through the start of this set. It's a surprising shift given Catalyst's dominant historical head-to-head record. That's a sharp response from him, stepping up to claw one back. That's a surprising turnaround for the slight favorite today. He's showing real grit here, putting together a 2-round run to narrow the gap. He's completely erased that early deficit to level the game up. The pressure is really starting to mount for the favorite now. Unbelievable, he's just completely flipped the script on this match. His confidence is skyrocketing right now. Vortex manages to shut things down from the ramp to even the score. It's a much needed spark after his recent rough run of form. He's firmly back in control, now claiming a quick victory to retake the lead. He just dismantles the opposition from the ramp to keep this momentum rolling. That's a sharp contrast to his recent form against other top seeds. Catalyst edges ahead by 1 as we enter round 11. Both players are fighting for breathing room after a tough day. Catalyst holds a 7-5 lead as we switch sides, and honestly things are unfolding exactly as anticipated. The 2 seed is doing his job and keeping this game comfortably in his pocket. Fresh start for both players. Catalyst just barely holds on to that single round advantage. That was a lightning fast exchange. Unbelievable fight from Catalyst, clinging to life and securing the kill from the Tetris. Absolute nerves of steel to pull that off with almost nothing left. He continues the charge, extending the lead to 9-6. The pre-match favorite is really struggling to find any answers here. He secures another one from the ramp, steadily climbing back into the driver's seat. The momentum has completely shifted toward the lower-seeded player. He is simply too strong right now, putting up another effortless win to reach double digits. The favorite has completely lost his grip on this series. He just can't be stopped, moving to 12 rounds with an incredible surge of momentum. The pre-match odds for the favorite are looking like a distant memory. Vortex finally answers back with a clean shot to keep the dream alive. That was a quick, decisive way to shut the door on another surge. Vortex is refusing to go down easy, extending the run to a second straight round. A really clean pair of rounds to stop the bleeding. What a finish. He closes the door with an effortless shot to secure the victory. He just couldn't shake the feeling of defeat today. Catalyst manages to keep that head-to-head dominance going once again. Phantom holds a 68% win rate on this map. That historical edge really puts pressure on Catalyst to adapt quickly. It'll be interesting to see if he can overcome that gap today. Phantom really punished that aggressive ramp play to move ahead. The league's top seed looks completely comfortable right now. Phantom is cruising through a dominant 3-1 lead here. The world #1 is showing exactly why he holds that spot. He's on fire right now, securing yet another round to extend his lead. That's the second map in a row the #1 seed has taken. The momentum is completely shifted as he keeps the streak alive. It's a huge contrast to their last clash on the dunes. He's just completely untouchable right now, walking away from that exchange without a scratch. He's essentially proving he's the top dog on the ladder right now. Another flawless exchange, and he's now just completely in control of this match. Catalyst finally answers back, taking a very clean round for himself. He's definitely showing that #2 seed quality right now. Phantom was way too quick to catch him coming off the ramp there. The head-to-head edge is clearly leaning toward the top seed. Phantom just barely edges it out, managing to take Catalyst down while he was posted up on the wine box. It's a stark shift from how these two matched up on dunes. It is 9-3 in favor of Phantom. I mean, we expected a much closer battle given the odds, but Catalyst is just getting outplayed here. He needs to make some big changes if he wants to claw back into this. Time to switch things up. Catalyst is fighting back now, reacting quickly to shut down the window play. The second seed is starting to put on a clinic. He's really leaning into that ramp position today, and it's working perfectly for him. Catalyst has been much more productive over the last day, boasting a 12-5 record. It's clear that his confidence is higher than it was in their previous meeting. He just needs to find a way to break through this deficit. He puts him down right off that box, and now he's just one round away from the victory. And there it is, Phantom closes the series with a huge final play to take the win. He just looks too fast for everyone today, and that sub-second reaction time really sealed the deal. Phantom holds a substantial 70% success rate on this particular layout. It's a huge advantage for the league leader who has already beaten Vortex recently. Now we just have to see if the top seed can keep this momentum going. Absolutely crushing it right now, and the streak hits 3. He's really showcasing that gap in our rating right now. He just can't stop the onslaught as a 4th consecutive round goes the way of the leader. A complete lockout for the top seed who just stepped into a total vacuum of opposition. Vortex finally answers back, picking him off the ramp to break that run. It's a tough climb for the number 5 seed from here. Vortex has a really tough road here as he struggled to close out any of his last 5 matches. So yeah, we are seeing a pattern of losses today that's making it very difficult for him to find some footing. It'll take a huge shift in energy to climb back from this deficit. Phantom keeps the pressure on, leading comfortably 7-2. Both these players are really staying active throughout today's schedule. Vortex is really starting to push back, having completely cleaned up and shut down the ramp on this one. He's totally shifted the energy here, claiming a 3rd straight win to close the gap. He's proving why he can compete with the best on the ladder. We head into the break with Phantom up 7-5, and honestly, it's a real shocker to see the underdog fighting for the lead. Vortex is definitely struggling to get his act together today. Let's see who blinks first now. He wins the firefight on the ramp, continuing this impressive surge of momentum. The underdog has completely rewritten the script for his second half. Phantom regains a 2-round lead at 8-6. He really holds the upper hand in this long-term rivalry. Phantom is just too fast, shutting him down while holding the ramp again. The world number 1 is starting to separate himself again. He just walked right through him, refusing to let the gap widen further. It's a gritty performance to stay within striking distance like this. Unbelievable. He survives with almost nothing left after a brutal slugfest from the ramp. A huge swing in confidence for him right now. Absolute precision here to bring things completely level at 9-all. This is a complete reversal of the expectations we had coming in. A sharp exchange of fire and the lead returns to the top seed. A crucial stop for the world number 1 to hold the line. The momentum is swinging right back to the top seed here. He's really exerting his authority as the top seed right now. Another effortless sequence here, putting him just 1 step away from the victory. Game over. Phantom closes this out in style to secure the victory. He's showing no signs of slowing down, taking another victory in this long-standing rivalry. Just a sheer class difference today. Catalyst has historically dominated his head-to-head rivalry with a 62% win rate. Well, he's coming in as the favorite today, but he needs to shake off that sluggish start to regain his usual control. Let's see if the higher seed can flip the script. Catalyst is officially in the driver's seat at 2-1. Absolute chaos. Vortex clings to life by a thread to even things up. He is refusing to give an inch of ground. He's definitely proving the pre-match odds right so far. Vortex is really putting on the pressure now, picking up another quick win from the wine. The momentum has completely shifted, and now the challenger is in full control. The onslaught continues, and he is simply too fast to stop right now. He manages to close this out quickly, showing some real grit to keep this fight alive. That's an interesting shift, considering Vortex entered this as the slight favorite. He's refusing to fade away, securing a second straight to bring the gap to just one. The pace is getting faster with every duel. Vortex has a 50% win rate on this specific map. It's a huge contrast to how he's been playing in general lately. It seems like the surroundings are really working in his favor today. Vortex just stepped up his game and took Catalyst right off the wine. It is quite the turnaround for him after those recent struggles. Vortex takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, he's playing out of his mind right now. He's completely defying the rankings and putting the top-seeded Catalyst on the defensive. Fresh start for both. Total shutdown here as he answers back with a flawless shot. He's starting to look like that high-ranked threat we expected. What a scramble. Vortex barely scrapes through that exchange after clearing him off the wine. He's just barely surviving these exchanges. The gap is closing as he shows great persistence to bring the score to 7-8. The composure is returning to the higher ranked side. He's on fire now, completely erasing the deficit to bring us back to a dead even split. We're seeing exactly why the ladder places him so high. Vortex holds a thin lead, edging ahead 9-8. That was a lightning fast response. Perfect reaction to level the playing field, bringing the score back to a dead heat. Both players are now fighting on completely equal footing. He is just not letting up, snatching the lead and continuing this impressive climb. Catalyst is really starting to make the most of his hires. Unbelievable. They finally clawed back to a 10-10 stalemate. He keeps the pressure on, finding a clean opening to reclaim the lead. The momentum is really leaning back toward the higher seed. What a turnaround for the higher seed as he puts himself one victory away from closing this out. Looking far more composed than his recent match against KO. A frantic scramble here, but Vortex secures the exchange to keep his hopes alive. Vortex is showing why the pre-match expectations were in his favor. He is absolutely locked in. That effortless shot forces us into overtime. Staggering display of grit as Catalyst takes the lead in this overtime battle. It is a huge mental test for the challenger right now. The comeback continues as he puts on a display of pure skill to build his lead. The confidence is peaking as he secures a firm grip on this overtime. He's practically untouchable now, taking another lightning fast duel to move within a single round of victory. Unreal. He shuts the door with a perfect finish to secure the match. He really had to dig deep in those final moments to survive the pressure. Just an incredible gutsy performance to close it out. What a battle. Phantom enters this duel with a career win rate of 63%, but he's really trying to shake off a slow start after that early loss. It'll be interesting to see if he can lean back into his historical success against Catalyst. Catalyst is firmly in the driver's seat at 2-1. He's really putting on a show after that 13-6 run today. What a fight. He barely clings to life after that chaotic exchange to even up the score. Now he's looking to leverage that #1 ranking in the league. Catalyst holds a slim 3-2 lead right now. He's proving the oddsmakers right for once. Catalyst just widened the gap to 4-2. Looking at their head-to-head, it's a remarkably tight race. He's simply too fast, taking full control of the map with 3-3 straight ring. The ranked player is putting the pressure on. He's absolutely unstoppable right now, cruising to a 4-round lead. It's a completely different story than their last clash on Fast Aim. He is playing at a completely different level, securing another flawless victory. The current gap in their recent match results is surprising. Phantom finally gets a round back, halting the momentum shift. Phantom is certainly the more seasoned combatant in this rivalry. Unbelievable. He survives by a thread after that absolute war of attrition. He's really capitalizing on the top-seeded player's struggle. Catalyst leads 8-4 heading into the break. I mean, he's looking every bit the favorite right now. He's played a very clean half of rifle work to build this lead. Time to see a response. Catalyst is really capitalizing on his recent 13-6 run over the last day. It's a huge contrast to his last trip to this map, where he struggled to maintain a 50% win rate. Now he's completely dominating the pace here. Catalyst just surged ahead to a commanding 10-5 lead. A tight head-to-head history makes this a tough spot for any player. Phantom is starting to put a real dent in that lead, putting together a nice little stretch of rounds here. He barely scrapes through that exchange, coming out on top after a complete firestorm of a round. His recent victory over Vortex was almost as decisive as this. A quick shutdown there, putting him just one step away from the win. The underdog's upper hand has shifted completely. A gritty exchange here, but he manages to outlast the opposition in that firefight. He's digging deep to keep his hopes alive right now. Absolutely crushing it, Catalyst secures the final round and claims a dominant victory. He really shook things up on a map where the top seed usually has all the leverage. Phantom holds a significant edge in their head-to-head history with a 61% win rate. He's normally the one controlling the pace in this series. Now it'll be interesting to see if he can shut down this sudden burst of confidence from Vortex. Vortex is cruising with a tight 2-1 lead. A surprising shift given the massive gap in their overall ratings. Vortex is just too fast right now, catching Phantom even while he was holding the high ground. Phantom makes a great call, sitting on that box to snap the streak and keep this close. This looks exactly like that 39 result from their last meeting. We are all squared up now, things are deadlocked. The top seed is quickly reclaiming his authority here. Vortex pushes ahead, now leading the series 4-3. His current form has been quite shaky compared to the top seed. Vortex has a rough recent history with just a 10% win rate in his last 10 matches. He's normally struggled to maintain a lead in these scenarios. It's a huge swing to see him controlling the flow of the game like this. Vortex keeps the momentum, edging ahead 5-4. The top seed is fighting back to stay in the game. Phantom has clawed back to pull us even at 5 apiece. He looks far more comfortable now than he did in that 13-5 win against Catalyst. He's just untouchable right now. Taking a third straight to reclaim the lead. His status as the #1 player is starting to show. Phantom takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, the underdog is definitely making his presence felt here. He managed a strong 4-round run to keep the momentum on his side heading into the switch. Let's see if Vortex can dig in. Phantom is pulling away now, moving up to 8-5. He's starting to look like the favorite again. A fast exchange here, and he manages to stop the momentum from swinging too far toward the favorite. He's refusing to go away, securing a second straight to close the gap. The gap in the ladder isn't playing a role right now. What a turnaround. He is just relentless right now, tying this series up with a third straight victory. He's completely flipped the script on the early expectations. The duel concludes with a fast exchange between the boxes, but Phantom comes out on top. Vortex is showing real grit here, erasing the deficit to bring us back to a dead heat. He's proving to be a nightmare matchup for the #1 seed. Phantom finally breaks the tie to lead 10-9. He's definitely looking to avoid a repeat of that loss to Catalyst. Unreal. After a chaotic war of attrition, Vortex claws back into the tie with a single sliver of health. Talk about a nail biter, he barely stepped away from the edge there. Phantom is really tightening his grip on this set, refusing to let the momentum slide back over to the challenger. A clean burst and he puts himself just one step away from victory. It's becoming a very familiar scenario for the higher ranked player. Vortex refuses to go down easily, keeping his hopes alive with another strong response. What a turnaround! He's completely erased the deficit to force an overtime showdown. It's a total coin toss now going into these extra frames. The pace is absolutely electric right now with these exchanges happening in under a second. He certainly isn't letting a top 5 opponent intimidate him today. Vortex is showing an incredible amount of heart, shutting down the opener in overtime to lock the scores at 13 apiece. The pressure is mounting for the underdog as he's just 1 point away from seeing this series slip away. Absolutely flawless reaction by Phantom to take full control of the map. His high ranking is providing some much needed stability. Vortex just refused to crack, surviving another scare to keep this overtime battle alive. A huge shift in confidence for the challenger. He's on fire now, securing another round to put himself on match point. Total chaos as the match continues to swing wide. Vortex holds the line, sitting on top at 16-15. Vortex is barely holding his breath with a 17-15 lead. He's completely rewritten the script from the initial projections. Vortex is nearly there, extending his lead to 18-15. He's just completely stalled out at this point. Phantom claws back one, making it 16-18. He manages to break a nasty run at the perfect time. A desperate scramble to stay alive for the #1 seed. Phantom is fighting back to make it 17-18. The momentum is swinging violently back to the favorite. Unbelievable. Phantom has pushed us back to an 18-18 deadlock. Absolute madness to see the series come back to a dead heat. Phantom strikes again, taking a slim 19-18 advantage. Phantom's on a roll now, leading 20-18. Vortex has had to fight tooth and nail in every single block today. Phantom's just a hair ahead, holding a 2019 lead. He just shut down a potentially lethal streak. Phantom secures another big one, pushing it to 21-19. Just a cold display of skill from the higher seed. Vortex answers back to trail by just one. A quick trade of rounds as we head into the finale. Phantom is pulling ahead again, currently sitting at 22. He really had to dig deep for that one, but the experience finally paid off. Just a huge effort from both players. What a fight. Catalyst enters this with a strong 62% win rate in their head-to-head history. It's clear he's typically the more consistent player in this matchup. Now he just needs to prove that the early round loss was a fluke. Vortex is really heating up, leading 2-1. Coming off a great day overall with 14 wins. Catalyst is playing very aggressively now, using that ramp to get the upper hand and even the score. Vortex has been struggling for consistency lately, and it's showing. Total shutdown here, and that's 3 in a row for Catalyst. Looking at that recent form, it's just a nightmare for his side right now. Vortex enters back quickly, bringing us right back to a deadlock. The second ranked player in the world is feeling the heat now. Vortex regains the lead, pushing the score to 4-3. Impressive seeing how he's fighting back after a tough loss on Italy P. Perfectly balanced at 4 apiece. Catalyst is back in it. He's really trying to snap that 8-match skid. Vortex is really putting up a fight here, refusing to let the favorite pull away. He's shaking off a rough string of losses today. Vortex is just capitalizing on everything right now, taking total control from that boost. It's a huge swing, considering the number of games he's dropped today. Vortex shuts him down right off the ramp to keep the momentum swinging his way. His recent form has been shaky, but he's playing perfectly right now. Vortex heads into the break with a strong 8-4 lead, and honestly this is a huge surprise. He's fighting off a massive 8-game losing streak to outplay the second ranked player in the world right now. Time to see if Catalyst recovers. Catalyst manages to outplay him from below, taking down Vortex right off the Tetris bricks. He's already had a productive day with 14 wins. What a nail biter! Vortex barely scrapes through this one from the ramp. He's just refusing to let the momentum shift back. Vortex is really trying to defy the odds here, but he's still struggling with a 6-15 record today. It's a tough mental battle when you're fighting against that kind of slump. We'll see if Catalyst can use this momentum to close the gap. Vortex holds a commanding 3-round lead at 10-7. He definitely feels like the favorite in this rivalry over time. What a fight! Vortex manages to survive a chaotic scramble, narrowly coming out on top. Unreal, another narrow escape for him. He's virtually untouchable right now, putting himself just a single round away from victory. He's proving exactly why he entered this as the favorite. Catalyst finds his mark, clearing out the ramp for a clean win. That stop provides a much needed spark for his side. And that's it. Vortex closes the door on this series with a huge final kill. He really found his confidence when it mattered most to secure the series. A huge performance to stop that losing skid. Phantom boasts a strong 70% win rate on this specific map, which usually makes him a very difficult out. But Catalyst has completely shifted the momentum in this rivalry lately by winning most of their recent head-to-heads. It will be interesting to see if he can keep that pressure up. Absolutely effortless, picking him right off the ramp to keep the streak alive. A really clean start for the second highest rated player in the league. A cautious exchange here, but Phantom shows some grit to finally secure his second frame. It's a nice response from the underdog after that rough start. He's refusing to go away, matching his opponent shot for shot to keep this close. This is an interesting shift from their last several clashes. What a turnaround! He has completely wiped the slate clean to even things up. The betting favorites are looking quite vulnerable right now. The comeback is in full effect and he's now taken a lead in the series. A total reversal of the roles we expected coming into this one. Unbelievable. He manages to scrap his way through that absolute war to bring the game back to a deadlock. He's coming into this set with a strong 14-6 run today. Catalyst barely hangs on to his one-round advantage. He's certainly making his mark against the top seed. Simply perfect timing. He's completely locked back into this series and has the score dead even. Phantom is definitely proving he belongs at the top of the ladder. Catalyst is just barely holding the edge at 6-5. Just another battle in a historically tight rivalry. We're all tied up at 6-6. Phantom is playing his part as the underdog perfectly here. He's completely erased that early deficit to make this a toss-up heading into the switch. Fresh start for both of them. Catalyst claws back to a 7-6 lead. Both of these players are definitely proving they're in a class of their own. A superb response from him, and the series is back to a dead heat. They are simply mirroring each other's moves right now. He's completely flipped the script on this one, taking a one-round advantage. That was another incredibly quick elimination. He's on fire right now, continuing this charge to take a 2-round lead. That was an incredibly rapid series of exchanges. Catalyst shuts him down from the ramp to get back into the fight. A huge moment for the second highest rated player on the ladder. We're back to a complete stalemate at 9 apiece. The world number one is having to fight for every single frame. A brutal exchange of fire, but he manages to survive the melee to keep his momentum rolling. He's really asserting his authority over the world. Number one. Totally effortless shot that puts this whole game on a knife edge. He's finally broken through that wall. He's simply not letting go, securing that win from the ramp to put himself in a prime position. A huge effort considering he's facing a much more experienced opponent. What a fight! He's clawed all the way back to level the score at 11-11. A massive mental test for the slight favorite at this stage. Catalyst secures the advantage again, putting himself just a single round away from victory. He's finally found an answer to the counter pressure. What an absolute nail-biter. He survives that exchange to force this whole series into overtime. A huge breath of air for both competitors right here. He's simply refusing to blink, putting an absolute end to that run and seizing the lead in overtime. The pressure is really starting to mount for Catalyst now. He is just untouchable right now, closing out another round without taking a single hit. A completely different look for him in this closing stretch. A high-stakes shootout ends with Catalyst pulling him off the ramp to stop that momentum. He's showing why he's right there at the top of the ladder. Catalyst is really starting to put the squeeze on him here, pulling ahead just as things are getting critical. The #1 seed looks completely rattled by this sudden swing. What a fight. Phantom pulls ahead in this overtime thriller, putting him just one round away from victory. A fast, decisive end to that exchange. Unbelievable. He closes out this marathon of a match to secure a huge victory. He really refused to go down, but he just couldn't stop that final push in overtime. What a fight. Vortex earns the early lead here, catching Phantom while he was still navigating up the ramp. Vortex is looking incredibly sharp today, jumping out to a quick 2-round lead against the top seed. An expected start for the top seed given that rating gap. Phantom clearly owns the historical matchup with a 61% win rate against Vortex. So yeah, this early lead for the 5th ranked player is a bit of an anomaly. We'll see if Phantom can lean back into that long-term dominance as this goes on. Vortex just can't be shaken right now. He is putting some immense pressure on the world #1. A surprising contrast to their previous encounter where the world #1 took a close one. Vortex holds a thin lead, leading 3-2. Still a tough hill to climb after that poor 7-15 run he's had today. Vortex is just cruising now, sitting comfortably at 4-2. He's really proving he can hang with the best player in the world. The gap is starting to widen. Vortex is really putting Phantom on his heels right now. Phantom holds the high ground and secures a clean kill from the ramp. He needed to get his eyes back on the target. Both players traded damage in a frantic exchange, but the former world #1 just barely came out on top. His confidence is surging after that. Vortex is putting together a really strong series today, despite having a total win rate of 50%. It's a huge swing from his recent form where he's been struggling to put up numbers. He's really managing to defy the odds here. That's another quick response from Phantom as he closes the gap just before the break. That should breathe some life back into things before we head to the break. Vortex takes a 7-5 lead into the break. The top seed is firmly in control of this map. Phantom is staying in the fight, but he's just not matching that pace right now. Time for a fresh start. Vortex is on a tear right now, picking him right off the ramp to extend the cushion. Vortex has definitely found a way to neutralize the world number one. That's a picture-perfect shot to get a second straight win and keep this comeback rolling. It's a tough spot for the top seed to be in. An absolutely effortless exchange here as he refuses to let his opponent pull away. The pressure is shifting back to the 8th ranked player. Vortex just shuts that door fast, cutting him down while he was still climbing the ramp. Vortex is playing like a man possessed today. Vortex is firmly in the driver's seat at 10-7. The favorite is really struggling to regain his footing. A gritty response from the top seed, showing some real toughness to claw back another round. He's finally finding some stability after that shaky start. The momentum is definitely swinging back towards Vortex as the end of the game approaches. A massive shift in form compared to his last 10 games. Vortex manages to hold the ramp and secure the win, putting him one round away from victory. A truly stunning reversal of fortunes for the favorite here. What a performance. Vortex cleans up his opponent on the ramp to seal the victory. Honestly, it's wild to see the world number one get completely outplayed like that. Just a total shock for the books. Catalyst boasts a 62% win rate in their career head-to-head matchups. It's interesting to see that dominance fade away since their last encounter was also a loss for the higher ranked player. We'll see if Catalyst can get back to his usual standards here. Another effortless win, and the momentum has completely shifted over to Vortex. Catalyst manages to drag him off the vine, showing some real grit in this early stage. He's playing a bit more defensively than we'd expect from the favorite. He's refusing to fold, securing a clean second straight round to close the gap. The pressure is mounting for the early favorite now. Vortex is cruising with a commanding 4-2 lead. Oh, totally clean exchange here, showing some real tenacity as he keeps chipping away at that deficit. What a scramble. He barely edges out the win to tie this setup. The initial projections for the underdog are looking more accurate by the minute. He's simply unstoppable right now, taking total control of the server with a third straight victory. Vortex just keeps the pressure on, bringing the series right back to a deadlock. Vortex holds a slim one-round edge heading into this. Vortex holds a 7-5 lead. I mean, the underdog is really challenging the script right now. He's playing confident, and we're seeing the top 2 seeds struggle to maintain control. Fresh start for both players. A purely one-sided exchange, and he refuses to let the deficit discourage him. A high-stakes battle for the top seed tonight. Vortex has put in 7 hours of gameplay in the last day, which is nearly double what Catalyst has managed. It's clear that this extra time in the server is paying off in his movements today. He looks far more comfortable as we move into the second half. He's staying remarkably steady, locking in a second straight round to even things up. It's a complete toss-up now, regardless of who the odds favored. Vortex is still in the driver's seat at 9-8. It's a tough afternoon for the second-ranked player. Unbelievable, he claws back the lead while hanging on by a thread to tie it all up. Total bloodbath, barely keeping his head above water there. Purely untouchable right now, taking complete command of the server. The seed hierarchy is starting to reassert itself. A deadlock at 10-all, and both players are shaking. Vortex is proving he can handle the heat against a top-tier opponent. Goodness! That was an absolute slugfest. Vortex barely survives that exchange to grab the lead. Vortex really has the momentum after taking their last meeting as well. Absolute chaos in that fight, but he manages to scrape through to reach match point. Absolutely brutal efficiency from him to close out this sequence. He's refusing to go down easy, keeping the dream alive with another spotless finish. He closes it out with ease. Vortex secures the victory. He really fought his way back from the brink there. It's a huge result for the 5 seed to stay on top of the world rank. What a battle. Phantom comes out firing and cleans him right off the ramp to start us off. Catalyst answers right back with a quick reflexive shot to keep things dead even. Both of these players are practically mirrors of each other on the ladder. Catalyst really handled that high angle well to keep the pressure on Phantom. Tough spot for the world #1 to be in. He's just untouchable right now, extending that run to 3 straight. That's a huge shift from their recent encounter on Mapas. He's completely taken over the map, securing another easy round for himself. Phantom is showing some serious fight, digging in from the ramp to claw another one back. Expectations were high for the favorite, and he's finally starting to settle in. Catalyst is really pushing the pace early here, extending his lead to 3. Surprisingly strong start for the player sitting at second on the ladder. Another sharp execution by the underdog to tighten the gap. He definitely has the skill to force a tie here. Phantom holds a narrow 552 to 528 lead in their total head-to-head history. It's a massive sample size, but Catalyst is clearly the one playing with confidence in this specific set. He's really challenging that historical dominance right now. He's making this look easy as he closes the gap even further before the break. Squeezing that lead right back to a single round. We're all squared up at 6 apiece, and honestly, it's a bit of a shock that this is so close, given the hype for Catalyst. He's fighting for his life here against the #1 seed. Time to swap sides. Catalyst plays it safe from the wine box to secure that advantage. He's definitely found his footing after those early losses today. Catalyst edges ahead, now controlling things at 8 to 6. That's a surprisingly deep run for the player who's been struggling lately. Phantom is putting up a real fight, outplaying his opponent in an instant to keep the pressure mounting. Catalyst is really taking over now, quickly punishing Phantom's attempt to hold the ramp. It's rare to see someone put the world #1 in a hole like this. He just doesn't quit clearing the ramp to tighten this gap further. He's showing exactly why he's the top seed today. Catalyst has a much lower win rate on this map compared to his opponent, but he's clearly ignoring the statistics in this series. He's showing a surprising level of control for someone who usually struggles here. It will be interesting to see if he can close it out. He's on fire. That's a second straight for the man who just refuses to back down. A total deadlock now. Neither man is giving an inch. He's really putting on a clinic from the box, leaving Phantom with no breathing room. Coming off that grueling match against Vortex, Phantom looks a bit shaky. Another fast reaction here, and he's just one round away from victory. Absolutely crushing it on the offensive side right now. What a stand. He just clears him off the toolbox to keep this match alive. That was a critical stop to prevent a quick exit. Unbelievable. He shuts him down on the ramp to force this series into a deadlock. We are back to a dead heat between these two titans. The momentum is swinging wildly, And Catalyst is now just one step away from a huge victory. A really strong performance for the second best player in the league. Another clean win from the top of the box, and he's really making his move here. He's showing a massive shift in confidence compared to his recent losses. He's absolutely rolling now, securing another spotless round to put himself one step away from the finish line. Unbelievable. Catalyst finishes him off with total ease to shut the door on this series. He really clawed his way back from the brink to secure a huge upset here. Definitely a statement win against the world #1. What a battle. Phantom is the undisputed league leader with the best rating among the active field, but he's certainly not playing his usual game right now. It's a rough start for him, especially since he's already dropped his last 2 matches today. Phantom secured that advantage from the box, proving he's still very dangerous even with a slow start. We're deadlocked at 2 apiece as they reset. Vortex has been playing great lately, and it shows. Vortex is really making his presence felt here, securing that top position to take another round. Phantom is staying sharp, catching Vortex right off that elevated spot to keep things level. Phantom claws back into the lead, now staring down a 4-3 advantage. Unbelievable, Vortex survives a brutal exchange by a hair to even things up. He's definitely proving he can keep pace with the world #1. Vortex just surged ahead, holding a slim 5-4 lead. Vortex has definitely found his confidence since that last head-to-head win. He's completely in control now, taking full charge with a 3rd straight victory. His road to victory feels an awful lot like that last encounter. The momentum has completely shifted as he secures his 4th straight victory. This is looking a lot like their previous clash on Red Line. Vortex takes a 7-5 lead into the half, and it's exactly what we wanted to see. I mean, he's really playing a different game right now, despite the map stats favoring the top seed. Time to see if Phantom wakes up. He's starting to fight back, taking a clean round to close the gap to 6-7. That's the confidence returning to the big favorite. He's simply refusing to go down, tying the set at 7-7. The top seed is finally starting to look like the favorite again. That was a scrap. He digs deep to survive the trade and takes his third straight win to lead the series. The pressure is clearly mounting for the underdog in this sequence. Vortex answers back immediately to bring this match right back to a stalemate. Hard to believe he's the top dog on the ladder right now. Vortex regains the edge, now leading 9-8. He's certainly keeping up that impressive momentum from their last encounter. Vortex just shut that down, knocking Phantom off the box to move within 3 of the finish line. Vortex is putting on a really impressive display against the top seed. Simply outclassed in the air, he just cannot find an answer for this surge. Hard to believe the top seed is struggling this much today. He's just untouchable right now, putting himself one step away from the victory. The script has completely flipped for the favorite today. What a statement. He closes this out with total composure to secure the map victory. Massive result for the challenger, who has now taken back-to-back games against the world's best today. Catalyst holds a significant 62% head-to-head lead over Vortex throughout their history. It's a massive edge, but he's coming off a loss to this same opponent in their very last meeting. We'll see if that previous defeat affects his confidence today. Vortex is surging ahead with a 2-1 command. Vortex has found a ton of success lately with that 4-match run. Things are totally reset now. We've got a deadlock in the early game. Catalyst just clawed back to a 3-2 lead. The rank 2 player is definitely asserting himself here. He secures the kill from the Tetris, putting a huge dent in his opponent's momentum. Just a few hours ago, Catalyst was on the losing end of their series. Vortex answers back quickly, narrowing the gap to 1 round. Vortex definitely looked sharp in his match against Phantom earlier today. Absolute stalemate now. Catalyst and Vortex are dead even. The number 4 ranked player is really showing his teeth. Catalyst takes a slender lead, edging ahead 5-4. He's looking to bounce back from that 11-13 loss earlier. These two are trading blows rapidly. The pace of this series is just incredible. The higher seed is under a lot of pressure right now. Catalyst takes a cleaner approach here, utilizing the boost to put a bit of breathing room between them. He's looking extremely comfortable on this particular layout. We've got a dead heat at 6-6 heading into the break. This is pretty much exactly what we wanted to see from this pairing. Vortex is playing a very disciplined game to stay level with the favorite. Time to see who blinks first. Catalyst is playing with a lot of aggression now, using that high ground to push his lead further. He's certainly proving why he's the higher rated of the two. And we are back to a complete draw at 7-all. He's certainly maintaining a standard that matches his top 5 standing. Vortex recaptures the momentum, pushing ahead 8-7. He's certainly looking for another big win today. Catalyst really used that high ground to snap the streak and get things back to an even split. Everything is wide open for this final stretch. Catalyst is really commanding the vertical space right now, taking control from the Tetris. A complete deadlock at 9 apiece for these two. Vortex has certainly stayed competitive throughout his last few series today. Vortex pulls ahead by a single round now. That was an incredibly fast exchange. Vortex is totally in control now, taking no damage as he extends his lead. That was an absolute brawl, and Vortex earns the win to put himself on match point. The pre-match favorite is now making a very strong case for himself. He keeps his composure from the ramp to secure another round, refusing to go down easily. A crucial step back for the favorite in this final push. What a finish! He closes out the series in style to take the map. He's really shaking off that historical dominance and proving he's the one to beat right now. Catalyst just couldn't close the door. What a fight! Phantom enters this match sitting at the top of our rating for the league. But the head-to-head history is surprisingly tight between these two. He'll need to prove he can actually close this out and shake off those recent losses. What a fight! Catalyst barely edges this one out in a frantic scramble. Everything is perfectly even for these two right now. Phantom now holds a slim lead at 2-1. It is the top two in the league fighting for position. Deadlock again, with Catalyst bringing us back to a tie. He's definitely leaning on that confidence from their most recent encounter. Catalyst is starting to put a real grip on this game, putting himself in a strong spot early on. He's really proving why he was the betting favorite today. He's just completely taking over now, marking his third straight victory. He is making the most of that raw efficiency from the start. Phantom answers back immediately to keep things close. He's definitely eager to shake off those 3 losses in a row. We're back to a square 4, all stalemate. He has certainly looked more consistent lately compared to the top seed. Catalyst has finally broken the tie to lead 5-4. He looks much more comfortable than he did in his recent series against Vortex. These two are practically mirror images at the moment, neither one able to find any real separation. Catalyst maintains a thin edge as we hit 11. The two seed looks very focused today. We're all squared up at 6-6. I mean, this is looking way more like a toss-up than people thought it would be. Phantom is hanging tough despite the pressure, proving he can compete even after those recent losses. Fresh sides. Let's get back to it. Catalyst regains the momentum with a 7-6 lead. The top seed really needs to find a way back into this. Phantom still holds the all-time head-to-head lead. We've seen Catalyst take the better side of things in their last few encounters, though. He's really playing the role of the spoiler today. It'll be tough for the top seed to climb back from this deficit. Unreal, he survives with practically nothing left and keeps his streak alive at 10-6. The composure on display right now is just staggering. Absolutely wild. He claws it back in a chaotic firefight, barely surviving the exchange. He's fighting hard to overturn his recent slump in form. Catalyst is just refusing to let Phantom get any momentum back in this series. A real struggle for the top seed to find a response today. A fierce exchange, but Catalyst secures the target to put himself one step away from victory. A nightmarish turnaround for a favorite so far. A sharp response from Phantom to keep his hopes alive for now. We're seeing a real battle between the league's top two. He keeps this rally going, managing to survive a heavy exchange to force another round. He's finally starting to put some serious pressure on the lead. Pure precision as he puts on a clinic to keep this comeback alive. The top seed is finally starting to find his footing. What a run! He's completely shifted the energy of this match with another victory. Unbelievable. We've got a complete reversal of fortunes here. A grueling battle, but he manages to scrape through to level the set. Absolute insanity to see this a dead heat right now. Flawless response from Catalyst to seize the lead once again. The overall H2H lead is almost exactly split at this point. He's just finding his range at the perfect time, making it very difficult for Phantom to mount another rally. He's proving to be a real nightmare for his opponent today. What a display of grit as he wins the duel on the ramp to keep this comeback alive. He simply cannot let the momentum slide away in a moment like this. Complete shutdown here, as he cleans up the round without taking a single point of damage. A lightning fast result to put him back in the driver's seat. What a finish. Catalyst slams the door shut to secure the map victory. He really fought back from that massive 5-round deficit to barely snag the map. Just a brutal day for the top seed. What a fight. Phantom holds a 61% lifetime win rate against Vortex in their history. And honestly, it's strange to see the top-rated player in the league looking so shaky after those recent losses. I wonder if he can actually find a way to turn this around. Vortex is simply dominating this set, leading 2-1. He's definitely shaken after that rough run against Catalyst. Vortex is really putting the pressure on here, moving closer to a commanding lead. The momentum is mirroring that last series we saw on Dunes. Vortex is just relentless, pushing his lead to 3-2. That's a much better look for a guy currently on a 4-game skid. Vortex is cruising now with a commanding 4-2 lead. It's been a real struggle for the favorite throughout this entire set. Vortex has absolutely dominated the head-to-head dynamic lately. It's almost like he's shifted the psychological balance of this rivalry. The question now is whether the rank 1 player can salvage anything before this gets completely out of hand. Vortex just won the battle of attrition, extending his run to 4 straight. The momentum is shifting away from the favorite completely. A grueling trade of shots, but he comes out on top to secure the 5th straight. This follows that close battle from an hour ago. Phantom finally manages to find his mark and break that heavy streak. He's had to fight through some truly brutal series today. Vortex heads into the break with a huge 9-3 lead. I mean, he's playing exactly how everyone expected him to today. This is just an absolute crush of a first half. Time for a fresh start. Phantom picks up another one from the wine, showing some real resilience as he refuses to just let this match slip away. He's really battling through a tough set of matches today. Phantom is finally starting to claw back, making a strong case for himself with that play from the wine. He just shreds through another one from the wine, putting a serious dent in that lead. The top-seeded guy finally looks focused. And another clean one for the comeback, bringing his total to 4 straight. It's a total flip of the script compared to the first. Absolutely frightening speed as he just takes another round to keep this run alive. Simply unbelievable. He has erased the entire deficit to bring this set back to a dead heat. Absolutely cold-blooded. A complete total reset of this game. He is simply on fire right now, taking a full 7 straight to move ahead in the count. A complete flip from how he started this afternoon. Just total authority now. He's outplayed Vortex once again to push his streak to 8 straight. Just look at the sheer composure he's showing now. Simply untouchable. He keeps this run rolling and is now just a single round away from victory. What an incredible finish. He closes out the set in style to take the victory. He's finally shaking off those earlier losses. After the way his day started, this is the perfect way to get back on track. What a fight. Catalyst holds a significant advantage in their long-term rivalry with a win rate of 62% over Vortex, but the momentum has shifted lately. Given that Vortex took their most recent head-to-head encounter, we have to see if this early lead is a flash in the pan or the start of another streak. Absolute control from Catalyst, who just swept through the first 3 rounds. Coming into this as the underdog, he's really feeling the heat. Just can't find an answer for that ramp angle, making it a perfect start to the set. Vortex was expected to take this one, but he's purely defensive now. He's just completely unstoppable right now, taking this win from the wine box. The higher seeded side is simply too strong in these early frames. Vortex manages to pluck the league by picking him off the toolbox. A tough position to be in for the world number 2. Catalyst holds his ground on that ramp and quickly puts the pressure back on Vortex. A shaky start for a player who entered this as the slight favorite. Catalyst just won't let him settle in, quickly picking Vortex off that wine box. His rating is only slightly lower than the other guys. That was a fierce trade for the higher ground, and Vortex managed to come out on top in that clash. Both of these guys are in the elite bracket of the league. Catalyst has the historical edge in this pairing with a 62% win rate over his opponent. But the momentum in this particular set is shifting as Vortex manages to pull back a couple of rounds. We'll see if he can push this one all the way to the limit. Catalyst takes the 8-4 lead into the break, and honestly, it's exactly what we expected from the higher seed today. He's just outclassing his opponent in the key moments so far. Time to see if Vortex reacts. Vortex was just a hair quicker to react, knocking Catalyst right off that wine box. It is worth noting that Vortex actually holds the slight map advantage here. He's not backing down, continuing his charge with another effortless flick to narrow the gap. He is on fire. That's 3 straight for Vortex, and he's absolutely closing the gap. This is exactly the kind of comeback he's capable of. Catalyst answers back immediately, putting an end to that rally. The top 2 clashes living up to the billing. Vortex keeps the pressure high, picking him clean off the wine box. He's really starting to play his way back into this set. Catalyst still holds a 2-round cushion at 10-8. A real battle of nerves between these top 5 competitors. Vortex manages to pick him off the window, continuing this impressive run of resistance. Goodness, he barely survives that trade from the wine box, scraping by with a tiny sliver of health. The 4th ranked man in the league will have to find a way back. Huge play from the wine box, and he is now just a single round away from victory. He is completely locked in right now. Vortex is refusing to crumble, tagging him straight off the wine box to stay alive. The underdog is finally starting to show some real teeth here. He secures the kill from the toolbox, keeping the dream of a comeback alive. We're seeing a complete role reversal from what the analysts predicted. Absolutely incredible. He just took control from the wine box to force this whole game into overtime. A total deadlock now as we head into a sudden death tiebreaker. Vortex is simply relentless, controlling the ramp to push his lead to 13-12. The momentum has completely flipped in this series. Another flawless round from the ramp, and he's now sitting on a 5-game tier. The confidence in his movement right now is just off the charts. Total chaos from Catalyst right now. Unbelievable, Vortex seals the victory with an incredible run to close out the map. Just an incredible show of resilience from him to dig deep in overtime and secure the victory. A tough way to drop the set for Catalyst. What a match! A fast start for the top seed here, getting the better of Catalyst in that first scramble on the ramp. Phantom is just too quick right now, catching Catalyst before he could even react on the ramp. He's looking to get some payback for that loss on Orange. Catalyst really has the historical upper hand on this specific map with a 76% win rate. That's a huge confidence booster when you're facing off against the top-rated player in the league. I want to see if he can turn that technical edge into a consistent lead. Catalyst manages to clear him off the ramp, bringing this series right back to a dead heat. The second highest rated player on the ladder is proving he can compete. Phantom is pulling away now, leading things 4-2. The number 1 seed is really making a statement here. Catalyst claws back to 4-3, staying right in it. It feels like a battle of equals at this point. Phantom is playing it safe and getting the result from the Tetris pieces. It's a bit of a turnaround after that 16-13 loss on Orange. Phantom is really putting the pressure on, cleaning up that ramp push with ease. Tough spot for him after taking that 16-13 win earlier today. He isn't backing down, staying composed to close the gap further. The underdog is really refusing to fade away here. He wins the duel on the ramp, showing a lot of heart to keep this close heading into the break. An incredible sequence to keep things tight right before the change. Phantom takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, it's a surprising start given how strong Catalyst usually plays on red line. He's definitely fighting back, but the underdog is currently controlling the pace. Let's see who's sharper now. He manages to outlast him from below, clearing Phantom of the ramp. That puts things back within a single round. Phantom leads the head-to-head history by a narrow margin. Well, it's a tight battle overall, but Catalyst has been the one dominating their most recent clashes. I wonder if that historical edge will finally kick in as the gap opens up. Phantom stretches his lead to 9-6 with that play. His recent victory over Vortex was just as clinical. Catalyst just shuts him down on the Tetris, refusing to let that lead slip. The favorite is starting to feel the heat from the underdog. He manages to win that clash on the ramp, continuing his spirited climb back into this match. He's certainly proving he belongs in this conversation. Phantom holds a 2-round advantage as we hit 18. The top seed is really fighting to maintain his grip on this series. A sharp reaction there to keep the pressure mounting on the favorite. The momentum is swinging back as we enter the final stretch. Absolute chaos there. Catalyst barely scrapes through with his life to pull the series back to a dead even 10 apiece. Talk about a nerve-wracking scramble to secure that tie. What a scramble! He barely makes it out of that firefight alive, shifting the lead to 11-10. The momentum has completely flipped in the blink of an eye. Unbelievable, he's now just a single round away from victory after an incredible surge. Absolutely clinical way to put the pressure on. What a miracle. He barely survives that exchange, clutching a victory with a tiny sliver of health left. That was a nail-biting finish for the higher seed. What a fight! Both players hammered away at each other until the very end, but he's just barely outlasted the pressure. He's putting on a clinic from the Tetris, keeping the charge going with that effortless stop. That puts the pressure squarely on the favorite to answer back. He's on a tear right now, making this an incredibly tight series as he digs deep to secure another point. The momentum has completely shifted as he edges out another win from the ramp. The lower seeded player has completely seized control of the server. What a finish. Catalyst secures the final blow to close out this entire series. He really took it to the limit, but that late surge was just too much to handle. Phantom put up a massive fight, but the pressure finally broke through. He really had to work for that. Phantom currently holds a 61% lifetime win rate against Vortex. He's clearly used to dominating this rivalry with the #1 seed on the line. It will be interesting to see if Vortex can find an answer for him today. Vortex puts an end to that quick start, managing to take Phantom down from the elevated spot. Deadlocked at 2 apiece. These two are perfectly matched. His confidence is soaring after that strong victory over Catalyst. He's taking over the server, netting his 3rd straight win to pull ahead. A complete flip from the expected outcome here. Vortex keeps his foot on the gas, securing the win from the Tetris. Hard to believe the top seed is struggling this much. A sharp response there to get the round back on his side. That's the top seed, reminding everyone who he is. Back to a stalemate with both players sitting at 4. The #1 seed is starting to look comfortable again. An absolutely pristine shot to secure another one for the top seed. The #4 seed is really feeling the heat right now. Vortex recovers his footing, bringing the score back to a level 5 apiece. A total reset as we approach the half. Vortex has a narrow lead as we hit round 11. Vortex is really making a case for himself today. We've got a dead heat at 6-all, and honestly, Phantom is proving why he's ranked first. He's holding his own against a favorite who's tried everything to take control of this map. Clean slate for the second half. Vortex is outplaying him right now, simply refusing to let Phantom get any value from those high spots. Vortex is really capitalizing on a strong day, having already taken down Catalyst in his last appearance. That momentum seems to be sticking with him as he pushes the league leader into a tight spot. It is getting harder for Phantom to find an answer. Vortex is clinging to an 8-7 lead here. Tough way to start the second half after that loss to Catalyst. Vortex pushes his lead to 9-7. Things are shifting in a direction we didn't expect for this pair. The tension is through the roof as these two trade blows, leaving the match wide open. The world #1 is fighting to keep his composure here. Phantom clawed back, and now we are locked at 9 apiece. A tough way to bounce back from that loss to Catalyst. Vortex holds the edge by a single round now. The 4-rated player is absolutely locked in right now. Both of these players are refusing to give an inch, making this a true toss-up right now. It's a real battle of wills between these two top seeds. Vortex is playing incredibly fast, just cutting him down instantly, despite the height advantage. We are heading straight for an overtime scenario. Neither side is willing to blink first in this match. Both of these athletes are clearly exhausted after such a long grind. A flawless sequence there for the leader, and he's now just one step away from victory. He's playing exactly how you'd expect the favorite to finish a set. What a way to force a tie. Vortex shuts the door on a Phantom victory, and we are officially headed to overtime. Phantom is just too strong from that high ground, and now he's looking like he can close this out. He's really proving his status as the current top seed. The pace of these last couple of rounds has been blistering, and it's clearly working for Phantom. The top seed has definitely found his second wind. Vortex is answering every challenge Phantom throws his way, keeping this match on a knife's edge. Vortex is starting to take control of this overtime stretch. This match is a complete reversal of how things usually go for the #1 seed. A grueling exchange that sees the top seed survive the onslaught to take a narrow lead. That was an incredibly tense struggle to get the round back. What a finish. Phantom closes it out from the box to seal the series. He just refused to crack under that pressure in the final seconds. That was an absolute grind for both of them. He really had to sweat for that one. Catalyst has a dominant history here, winning over 60% of their head-to-head games. But we're seeing a shift in momentum since Vortex won their most recent meeting. It will be interesting to see if the lower-ranked player can maintain this pressure early on. Catalyst is cruising right now with a 2-1 lead. Everything is totally reset now. We've got ourselves a deadlock early on. He's showing why he's the 4th best on the ladder right now. Vortex has officially taken the lead, sitting at 3-2. Vortex is clearly feeling confident after that recent encounter on Fast Aim. He's absolutely on fire, securing a 3rd straight round in a row. A slow burn of a round, but he ends up walking away without a scratch. It's a high-stakes clash between the 2nd and 4th best in the world. Vortex is currently sporting a 60% win rate over his last 10 outings. It's clear he's bringing that confidence into this set. He's looking very sharp right now, and he's putting himself in a great position to pull off another upset. We are completely tied up at 5 apiece now. A real battle of wills between the 2 best rated players in the room. That's a total shutdown to keep the run going, and he's now in control as we head toward the break. Catalyst takes a 7-5 lead into the break. He's holding a slim advantage, which lines up with what we expected coming into this one. Let's see if he can close the door after the switch. time to see how they shake off the rust. Catalyst edges ahead and puts up a tight 7-6 lead. Both of these guys have played nearly a dozen games already today. Catalyst extends his lead to 8-6, looking stronger. Coming into this, many expected the underdog to hold their own. We've gone back and forth for several rounds now, and this one just completely wipes out the lead. Vortex is certainly playing with a lot of grit today. We are back to a dead heat at 8-all. Vortex has looked really sharp in his most recent matches today. He's completely taken over this segment of the map, claiming his 3rd straight win. Unbelievable speed! He just doesn't let up, putting himself just 3 steps away from victory. Goodness, he barely walked away from that one. What an absolute brawl that ended up being. He's really making a statement with this run. Showing some real heart here, putting up a fight to stay in the match. The pressure is mounting on the favorite to wrap this up. An absolute blur of a round, and he's now just 1 step away from the victory. He's refusing to go quietly, showing some incredible resolve to keep himself in this game. Absolute perfection to close it out. Vortex secures the victory. He just completely shifted the tides of their head-to-head history in an instant. He really earned that one. What a fight. Phantom has a massive 70% win rate on this particular map. He's really the one with the historical advantage here. It will be interesting to see if he can lean on that long-term success to overcome his recent struggles against this opponent. Catalyst is surging ahead with a 2-1 lead. A bit of a shift from that 16-12 result they had earlier. Catalyst is putting some serious pressure on the top seed right now. The #1 seed is really fighting an uphill battle here. He's completely taken over this sequence, securing another dominant victory to push his lead to 4. The world #1 is looking very vulnerable. The momentum is shifting as he manages to pull another one back. He's looking to justify that favorite status now. He's refusing to go away, taking another swift one to close the gap. The bracket pressure is starting to Catalyst holds that ramp advantage well to get back in the driver's seat. He is really mirroring that 16-12 result we saw earlier. Catalyst has a very strong historical advantage in their last 5 head-to-head meetings. He's definitely capitalizing on that confidence right now. He's putting the top seed on the defensive and he looks completely comfortable with the lead. He's showing a lot of heart, managing to claw back into this set. He is definitely starting to look more like the favorite in this matchup. Catalyst keeps a comfortable 3-round cushion for now. That rating difference is almost non-existent when you see them in action. We head into the break with Catalyst leading 7-5. I mean, this match is exactly what we expected to see. He's keeping things steady and maintaining a safe gap against the world #1. Fresh start for both players. He stays sharp and secures another effortless kill to keep this charge going. He's looking way more composed after that close call last round. Absolute tenacity from Phantom, digging in from the ramp to bring this all the way back to a draw. Just complete chaos as the server resets to a dead heat. Unreal, he barely survives that absolute war of attrition to take a 1-round lead. A precise sequence to bring the match right back to a dead heat. Purely a battle of the two best on the ladder now. Both players exchanged heavy hits, but he walked away from the fight to take a 1-round lead. It's a tough spot for someone who started the day with such momentum. Good grief. He nearly went down, but somehow scratches through that chaotic fight on the ramp to grab a 2-round lead. He is just refusing to die in these skirmishes. A clean sweep for the top seed, putting him in a strong position as the comeback continues. He is absolutely tearing through the end of this set, putting himself in the driver's seat. What a performance! He closes it out with a stunning turnaround to secure the series victory. He just couldn't find any answers once that momentum swung. He really had to fight through the mud to get this one done. What a match! Phantom looks sharp right out of the gate, catching Vortex while he was perched up on the toolbox. Phantom is simply too quick for him, securing another win while holding that ramp angle. He's proving why he holds that top spot on the ladder. Vortex finds his footing, taking a clean fight from the wine box to stay right in the mix. He certainly got the confidence after that 13-10 win against Catalyst. Phantom puts on a high pressure display here, making it look easy to push him off the box. He's looking every bit the league's top seed right now. Phantom has won about 61% of their meetings throughout their history. It's clear the head-to-head dominance is playing a huge role in the mental game here. We'll see if Vortex can find a way to flip the script. Phantom is really putting the pressure on, cleaning him right up off the ramp to build a 3-round lead. That is a massive lead for the current #1 seed. Vortex shows a lot of grit here, clawing back another round to keep things interesting. He needs a few more responses to really challenge the frontrunner. Vortex is refusing to go away, picking up another win to close the gap. The underdog is starting to look like a real threat here. Unreal, he catches him right off that ramp to level the score at 5-5. The script has completely flipped for the pre-match favorite. What a brawl. Vortex survives a heavy exchange to hold the lead as we approach the break. He's completely shaken the confidence out of the favorite. Vortex takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Honestly, he's putting up exactly the kind of performance we expected from him today. That 5-round surge really put him in the driver's seat. Time for Phantom to wake up. Vortex holds a slim 1-round edge as they restart. The world #1 is finally regaining his poise. Phantom is putting on a clinic from that toolbox, taking control of the map again. The #4 seed is definitely feeling the heat now. Vortex secures an effortless kill from the ramp, continuing his climb back into this game. It's a huge shift in momentum from the earlier rounds. What an unbelievable scrap. He barely survives that exchange, walking away with a round and a dead even score. That was an absolute nail-biter to get it back to a draw. He effortlessly clears the ramp to widen his lead, showing some real steel in this comeback. Phantom levels the field, locking things up at 9 apiece. Phantom pulls ahead by 1, regaining the lead. He's showing why he sits at the top of the ladder. Vortex puts on a show of resilience, picking him off the toolbox to bring us back to a deadlock. Neither side is willing to blink as we hit this deadlock. Phantom is just too strong from the heights, catching him right on the ramp. The #1 ranked player is really finding his groove now. Vortex answers back immediately, showing great fortitude to bring this set back to a dead heat. The underdog is making his presence felt in a huge way today. He wins the duel, and now he's just one step away from victory. Clean finish there, letting him keep a healthy chunk of health. Unbelievable. Phantom finally closes the door on this series with a final burst of precision. Vortex had the match won on a silver platter with that early run, but he just couldn't close it out. What a fight. Vortex is definitely feeling the pressure now, as Catalyst seems to have the upper hand early on. Catalyst holds an incredible 76% win rate on this map. Well, it's a huge comfort to have that historical edge when the match is starting this quickly. It will be interesting to see if Vortex can overcome that mental barrier. Catalyst just seems to have a better read on the map, capitalizing on that ramp angle to push the lead. Two of the highest rated players in the league really duking it out. Catalyst really likes that high ground, using the boxes to maintain a comfortable lead right now. A complete reversal from their last meeting on orange. He's simply untouchable right now, strolling to a substantial lead. The current score reflects that head-to-head dominance perfectly. What a scrap. Vortex holds on for dear life after digging deep from the Tetris. A tightly contested clash between two of the best on the ladder. Catalyst has been the clear favorite in these matches, historically owning a massive 61% win rate against his opponent. It's that long-term confidence that seems to be paying off today. We're seeing the gap in their records translate directly into a dominant scoreline. Catalyst takes a 6-3 lead into the break. I mean, this is exactly how we expected this map to go. He's simply playing his usual game, and Vortex is struggling to keep up. He manages a fast, precise click to start things off on the new side. Vortex is starting to look far more composed now. Catalyst keeps the momentum rolling with a 7-4 lead. He is really showing why he's second on the ladder. Good heavens, what a fight! He almost goes down, but managed to scrape through that exchange. That was a nail-biter for a second there. He just effortlessly wipes him off the ramp, extending his run to 3 straight. The gap in their ratings is barely noticeable, yet the disparity in form is huge. He just keeps steamrolling through the competition, extending his run to 4 straight. A total reversal of the results we saw on orange. Absolutely outclassing him here. And that makes 5 straight for the leader. He's definitely shaking off those recent losses in a big way. He just completely shuts him down from the ramp to put himself 1 step closer to the finish line. A huge disparity in the way they're performing today. Just an absolute cruise on red line for that guy, proving he's still a mountain to climb on this specific map. fast start for Catalyst, using that ramp to get the opening advantage. Phantom holds a narrow historical lead in their head-to-head record. But Catalyst has the clear advantage on this specific map. It'll be interesting to see if that confidence translates into a deeper lead. Phantom really stepped up and cleared him off the Tetris blocks to keep this close. It's an interesting clash between the two highest rated players in the league. Unreal, he barely survives that exchange, scrambling back to a deadlock in the set. Both players are comfortably in the top 2 on our ladder right now. Phantom secures the advantage from the ramp, taking full control of this set. He's looking remarkably sharp today after that 13-11 result against Vortex. Catalyst keeps his cool, easily picking Phantom of the Tetris blocks to even things up. Phantom edges ahead by 1 as we enter round 8. He really wants another victory over his direct rival today. We're back to a dead heat with both tied at 4. Both players are proving why they're the top 2 on the ladder. Catalyst is really starting to pile on the pressure now, quickly shutting Phantom down even from that ramp. Everything about this set favors his current state of mind. Phantom uses that high to his advantage, shutting down the momentum and bringing this right back to a stalemate. A crucial moment of composure from the top seed. Catalyst takes a slight lead heading into round 11. It's a tight battle between the top 2 players in the world. We're all square at 6-6. Well, Catalyst should be feeling the pressure here. Despite his higher map win rate, he hasn't been able to pull away from the underdog in this first half. A fresh slate for both players. Phantom recaptures the momentum with a 7-6 lead. A clean look at why he's sitting at the top of the ladder. Catalyst just keeps swapping the momentum, dragging Phantom right back down from those Tetris blocks. Still feels like a toss-up despite the historical edge. Phantom holds a narrow 1-point edge as we restart. That was a rapid response to take the lead. Phantom is putting together a strong run here after winning his last 3 matches. So yeah, he seems to have completely flipped the script on a rivalry that usually goes the other way. It will be tough for Catalyst to claw back this deficit. Catalyst is really locking in now, punishing Phantom for taking that ramp position. He is really making it difficult for the number 1 seed right now. Another perfect round for him, extending that streak to 3 and taking a commanding grip on the lead. A great way to bounce back after that 13-8 defeat on Mapas. He's just on fire right now, stacking up another win to take a 2-round cushion. Quite the contrast to how their last meeting ended. Absolutely crushing it now as he picks Phantom off the ramp to sit at match point. A tough spot for the man who entered as the slight favorite. He refuses to go down easy, showing incredible grit to keep the dream alive. A massive shift in energy to keep this series alive. What a finish. Catalyst closes it out, shutting down Phantom from the ramp to secure the victory. He just couldn't close the gap at the end, but it was an absolute brawl for every single point. Hard-fought win. Phantom holds a massive 61% lifetime advantage in this rivalry. But the time numbers might not matter as much today given his current form. I wonder if he can shake off this slow start and reclaim the lead. He is just untouchable right now, taking a commanding 3-round lead. It's a complete reversal of the pre-match expectations. He's just completely in control, securing another one to make it 4 straight. He's putting that #1 rank on the defensive right now. A fast reaction there to get back on the board. He's finally starting to look like the favorite here. Vortex is simply dominating this set, leading 5-1. The 4 seed is really making his presence felt tonight. Unreal. He just barely edges that one out, surviving a chaotic exchange with almost nothing left. Another clean frame for Phantom, who's showing real grit by clawing back into this series. Absolutely effortless. He's completely flipped the script, closing in on the lead with a 3rd consecutive win. He's completely erased the deficit to bring us level at 5-all. It's a tight fight despite the early projections. A sharp response from Vortex, who takes the lead just before the break. A high pressure moment for the top seed to navigate. Vortex holds a 7-5 lead as we head into the break. Well, everything is playing out as expected so far. The favorite is comfortably in front, though he'll need to stay sharp since Phantom just barely stopped a huge roll. Time to see if that gap shrinks. Phantom normally takes the lead in this rivalry with a 61% historical win rate. It's a bit jarring to see him struggling while Vortex manages to distance himself. He needs to find a way to stop this current slide before it becomes an insurmountable mountain. Vortex is pulling away again, sitting firmly on 9. He's really shaking off that loss to Catalyst from earlier. Vortex is just moving through him right now. He's really capitalizing on every single mistake. Vortex is just cruising now, holding a 3-round cushion. The top seed in the world is fighting back. He's staying aggressive, putting together another win to keep the pressure on. He's finally fighting back and looking like that favorite we expected. The momentum is swinging back. Vortex is really putting the pressure on and refuses to let Phantom settle into a groove. A real battle of the top 5 right here. Vortex shuts down that mini rally and moves himself to the precipice of victory. He's looking incredibly sharp against his higher ranked opponent today. What a finish. He closes the door with an incredible display of precision to secure the victory. He's really rewritten the history books today, completely dismantling the world #1 in this set. Catalyst typically holds a strong 61% win rate in their head-to-head history. That long-term lead usually gives him the confidence to close these games out. We'll see if he can recover his composure and flip the script here. Vortex is really surging ahead with a 2-1 lead. He's definitely playing into that favorite status right now. Unreal. He barely survives that exchange and edges out a victory with just a sliver of health. He's completely taken over the pace, picking up another win to maintain his lead. His recent 13-10 win over Phantom showed a different side to his game. He's simply too fast right now, putting up a completely untouchable performance to secure 4 straight. Catalyst answers back with a clean sequence to stop that momentum. He's normally the heavy hitter in this pairing. He's continuing the climb, showing some real grit to secure another win. Vortex is capitalizing on his comfort here as he carries a 50% win rate on the map compared to a much lower figure for his opponent. It's proving to be a decisive advantage as he puts on the pressure. We need to see if Catalyst can dig in and find a way back. Vortex keeps the pressure high, now leading 7-4. The number 2 seed is finally starting to show his teeth. Vortex holds a commanding 8-4 lead. I mean, he's completely flipping the script on the number 2 seed right now. He looks incredibly comfortable on this map, and the underdog is firmly in the driver's seat. Time to see if Catalyst wakes up. Vortex is nearly home, stretching the gap to 9-4. Looking at that rating gap, you'd expect the other guy to be dominating. Vortex is just ruthless, cruising to a 10-4 lead, sliding higher in the ratings, yet struggling to find any answers. Just a flash of a second and it's over. Vortex is completely in control here. He's just too strong right now, moving within a single point of closing this match out. Crucial stop here as he knocks his opponent off the box. That was a lightning fast reaction from the underdog. What a finish! Vortex closes it out with a perfect shot to secure the victory. He really put on a clinic here, just completely erasing that long-term history between the two. Phantom enters this with a 66% win rate here, which is a significant advantage over the balance Catalyst has found on this map. It will be interesting to see if that historical edge helps him close out the series today. Total shutdown from that side of the map as he storms to a 3-round lead. He looks really comfortable right now, especially after that recent defeat to Catalyst. He's just unstoppable right now, taking the lead to a commanding 4-0. The top two players on the ladder are really clashing here. Catalyst answers back with a clean exchange to get on the board. That's a very competitive head-to-head between these two. Phantom just isn't letting him breathe, swiftly picking Catalyst off the wine to keep the pressure on. Phantom has an overall win rate of 63% in this league, and honestly, he's translating that general success into a massive lead here. It looks like he's finally breaking through the psychological wall after losing their last few encounters. You have to wonder if Catalyst is completely out of options at this point. Phantom manages to clear the Tetris quite quickly, keeping the momentum on his side. The top seed is fully asserting himself now. Phantom is absolutely cruising with an 8-2 stranglehold. He just completely shuts down the wine, extending the streak to 3. He's playing like the top seed right now. We go into the break with Phantom leading 10-2. And honestly, this is a complete reversal of the expectations coming into the match. The underdog has taken full control of the map so far. Let's see if Catalyst can wake up. Catalyst fights back, but Phantom stays firmly ahead at 10-3. He really seems to be battling back from that early deficit. Catalyst puts up a fight, yet Phantom leads 10-4. The second highest rated player in the league is starting to find his feet. Fierce exchange here, but Catalyst earns the edge to push his current run to 3. He's certainly showing that confidence from their most recent meeting. He's on fire. That is 4 straight for Catalyst, and he completely walked through that encounter. The momentum shift is genuine after that prior loss. He just deletes him right off the wine, bringing the tally to 5 straight. The momentum is mirroring what we saw from them just a short while ago. Phantom finally puts an end to that run, digging deep to secure the kill. That's a crucial stop for the top seed in this series. He's locked back into his rhythm, and now he is just a single round away from victory. The favorite is finally getting the upper hand in the closing stretch. Perfectly executed outplay, keeping that championship hope alive for the underdog. A quick response to stay in the fight. He's not going down without a fight, grabbing another round to stay in this. The underdog is putting up a serious fight despite the score. Unbelievable. Phantom survives a tough scrap to seal the victory and close out the match. He really had to dig in for that, especially since he almost let the game slip away. What a fight. Vortex gets the early jump, taking the opener from the toolbox. Phantom answers right back, catching Vortex off the toolbox and leveling the series. Our top-rated player is starting to find his footing. Phantom is really putting on the pressure here, just picking Vortex right off that wine box. The top seed is starting to assert his authority. He's completely in control, shutting things down from the toolbox to take a commanding 3-1 lead. Vortex responds quickly, keeping the gap narrow. Vortex showed he can take this series earlier today. Phantom keeps the lead by playing it high on the ramp for that quick pick. Vortex has the confidence after that 13-8 win earlier today. Phantom has an all-time head-to-head lead of 23-72 wins over Vortex. It's clearly a huge historical gap, and he's leaning into that experience to separate himself now. The question is whether Vortex can find a way to shut this down before it spirals. Phantom is cruising right now with a comfortable 6-3 lead. The top seed is putting the competition in his place. Vortex isn't going away, answering back quickly to keep the deficit manageable. He's showing he can hang with the favorites today. Phantom's just pulling away now, leading 7-4. It's hard to shake that top-seeded status when you're in this rhythm. Phantom takes a narrow 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, it's looking like a huge shift from the pre-match auras. Phantom is leaning on his 68% win rate on this map to hold off the favorite. Vortex has to dig deep now. Phantom is just too quick, cutting him down immediately as he tried to hold that ramp. He is certainly playing like the #1 seed right now. Phantom a couple of quick kills, just peeling Vortex off that wine box to really tighten his grip on this. The top seed is putting on a real showcase here. He manages to claw back from the brink, extending his lead to 10. Vortex cleans up the exchange on the ramp to pull the score to 10-6. His opponent is comfortably sitting in that top 4 spot. Vortex is putting on a real run here, securing another win from the toolbox to narrow this gap. The second highest rated player in the league is fighting back. Phantom is showing a lot of resilience right now, shutting down that mini run immediately. Absolute perfection from the top seed, and he's now just 1 round away from victory. Unbelievable, he cleans up that final encounter and secures the map victory. He just looks too sharp today, and it's clear he's got the total mastery of this specific map. Catalyst holds a significant historical edge here, winning over 60% of their career matches against Vortex. It's an interesting contrast because he actually just lost their most recent encounter by a wide margin. Let's see if that one-round lead helps him reclaim the psychological advantage. Simply too fast. He's moving through these opening rounds with ease. He's certainly making up for that recent loss on Blame Dunes. He is simply on another level right now, powering to a perfect start. And he's firmly silencing the pre-match noise about Vortex. What a scramble. He barely survives that one and secures the 5th straight. A huge shift from where things stood in their last meeting. Vortex gets the reaction shot from the ramp to put a halt to that ramp. He's currently fighting as the higher ranked seed here. Looking at the overall numbers, Catalyst manages to win a vast majority of their head-to-head encounters. Well, despite that historically strong position, the momentum has shifted toward Vortex after those last 2 rounds. The key now is whether he can snap that losing streak and reclaim control. Catalyst stays in a commanding 6-3 lead here. He keeps the pressure on, securing another quick victory to stay in the fight. The underdog is starting to push back as soon as expected. Unreal. He barely survives the trade to knock him off that ramp. And he's looking much more comfortable than he was against Phantom. Catalyst takes the first half with a 7-5 lead. Well, he's playing exactly like the favorite we expected. He's in a good spot, but Vortex is definitely staying in the game. Time to see if Vortex can dig in. Closes that gap even further, showing a lot of grit to keep this contest tight. The favorite is finally starting to impose his will on the server. Vortex secures another clean victory from the ramp, bringing things completely level at 7-7. The pressure is mounting on the top-seeded player to step up. Absolutely effortless. He's now fully in control of this match as the tide continues to turn. It's a complete reversal of the early game dynamic. He wins the duel from the ramp to bring us dead even at 8-8. A massive contrast to that landslide blowout on Dunes. He's proving incredibly tough to shake, simply erasing his opponent to take a 1-round lead. A brutal exchange of fire where neither backed down, but he claws out a victory just in time. Absolute chaos at the end of that exchange. Another clinical sequence from the ramp as he extends his run to 3 straight. He is really starting to look like the favorite in this clash. Vortex is on fire, walking away completely unscathed to put himself just 1 round away from victory. It's an impressive showing from the slight favorite today. Catalyst shuts him down on the Tetris to keep the dream alive. He definitely needed that win to slow things down. A critical moment for the veteran to dig deep. He just refuses to go away, holding the ramp to deny his opponent another shot at the title. He's finally putting the pressure back on the... What a war. Vortex outlasts him in the final scramble to complete an incredible comeback victory. The mental toughness on display here was just wild. Catalyst threw everything he had at this, but the momentum stayed with the other guy. What a battle. Phantom has an all-time win rate of 63% in this league, and honestly, the top seed is looking very comfortable right now. He's coming off a fresh win against Catalyst in their most recent encounter, so he clearly has the mental edge in this particular rivalry. Unreal, he barely scrapes through that exchange to clear him off the ramp. That high ranking is definitely starting to show. Phantom is really putting the pressure on here, continuing that climb toward a big lead. Catalyst is fighting back, trailing only by a single point. The battle of the top two on the ladder is living up to the hype. We've got a dead heat at 3 apiece. The number 2 seed is putting up a serious fight here. Simply a wall of force now as he takes full control of the pace. He's absolutely punishing every mistake right now. Absolutely untouchable right now, and he's firmly in the driver's seat. A huge swing from his recent form where he'd been struggling. He's just on fire, continuing this huge roll to build a 3-round advantage. The number 2 seed is certainly proving his worth today. He's completely taken over the map, strolling to another victory to keep this streak alive. The second ranked guy is just dominating the flow here. Phantom shuts him down on the ramp to get things moving again. It's a tough spot for the number 2 seed to be in. It is 7-5 in favor of Catalyst. I mean, everything is playing out exactly as we expected. That big 6-round streak from the second seed really gave him the cushion he needs going into the second half. Time for a reset. He's refusing to go away, putting up a strong response to narrow the gap. He's proving that pre-match favorite tag was well deserved. Another quick victory for the first seed, and he's now managed to completely reset the score to 7-0. What a miracle! He manages to survive on a sliver of health to claim another one. Pure ice in his veins to close that out. Catalyst answers back immediately to bring things level. A lightning fast reflex play to keep things dead even. Catalyst just reads him like a book, shutting him down from the Tetris platform. The A-game is clearly there for the second seed today. Total control from Catalyst, who just secured a hat-trick of rounds to reclaim a 2-point lead. He's showing incredible grit, shutting down the opposition's momentum with a perfect reaction. A timely response to stop the bleeding. Things are looking very lean for the top seed as Catalyst continues to hold on to this narrow lead. He's absolutely cruising toward the finish line, putting a huge amount of pressure on the top seed. He's looking completely locked in right now. What a performance! He closes out the series with an absolute blur of a round to secure the victory. He's really broken through that historical wall to get a massive revenge win today. Truly a statement victory. What a fight!